All right, sorry, y'all. Mic check, cam check. I think mic is good. I think cam is good. Um, so let me do that real quick. All right, so I think I might have solved my audio problem. I've been trying to do a little bit of that behind the scenes. Hopefully we are good. Hopefully. But what up, y'all? I'm going straight for 200% damage angels and demons because you know it's gonna be good for something. Yeah, I mean, oh yo, there was gambling in my chat. Let's see who won. Let's see who won big. I don't know. Cam with the prime. Jimin lost all of his stuff. Oof. Jimin. Feels bad. Trying to look at what's happening here. I see something about. I feel like it's the top build now. Is Rapid Fire is the top build. Code imbuement, yeah. Ironically enough, it's. I mean, not that I predicted it by any means, but like the way I was playing Rapid Fire and the video guide that I have of Rapid Fire just ended up kind of being very similar, or really similar to what ended up kind of being the push meta for Rogue. At least on Pit, which obviously, as you guys know, I don't really care about Pit. But it's really cool to kind of see Heartseeker, Rapid Fire get some love, or a different basic attack other than freaking puncture, right? Like, now I was actually questioning myself. I was like, should I make Heartseeker like the main, like Heartseeker the main basic attack for Rapid Fire this season? I was like, people are gonna get upset with me if I did that, and just make puncture like the variant or whatever. So I was like, you know what, we'll just keep it. We'll keep it puncture. And ironically enough, everyone's like, oh yo, Heartseeker Rapid Fire. Did you know about that? I'm like, yeah, I made a video. Yeah, I made a video doing Heartseeker Rapid Fire code. Totally, man, it's rocking. Am I hyped for throwing knives? I mean, it's basically God 6 Demon Hunter. So the animation looks cool, but I played that playstyle for so many seasons on Demon Hunter that I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it in D4 quite yet. That's why I think that's why, like, I'm not as. I think it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I think it's cool. Right? But I just gotta get my hands on it first. Like, I don't like the idea of playing around grenades to try to increase the channeling or the charges of channels or however that's gonna work. I feel like they're pushing the grenade thing way too hard. And I have a feeling that that's going to kind of be somewhat a thing alongside it, and I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it yet. But yeah, and they're also pushing more stuff gameplay too. Yeah, that too. So I think I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not a little disappointed with some what was revealed so far. Of course, obviously that's not everything for Rogue per se, right? I'm sure there's a lot of changes and stuff like that to what happens. But I do think that you say you like the stealth pushing. Well, the problem I have with the stealth pushing is that the way that the game is going right now, what kind of play style would you be able to, like, how would you be able to incorporate stealth in the way the game is played right now? I think back then, like back at the start of D4, when there was a slower paced game and things lasted a little longer and things, right? Like, I can understand that. But in the game where it's kind of like people, well, in the game where it's right now, where they kind of went the route of, what players wanted in Diablo 3, which is like, or Path of Exile, where it's like a full screen clear abilities by pushing one button. Like that's what people like wanted. How do we get stealth to feel as good as that? That's the question. Like stuff has to live long enough for you to want to stealth. I think that's the thought. So unless the gameplay changes or the way that we approach the game changes, I have a hard time seeing stealth being one of those things where that will work really well in this game. That makes sense. It's not that stealth doesn't work now. It's just, why do that when I can push a button and they die? You see what I'm saying? Like, the enemies just don't last long enough for it. Once you're geared out and pimped out, like you don't want to be spending 5 or 6 minutes on a single enemy to kill it. You know what I'm saying? So I think yeah, this isn't like I think the way the game was back at the beginning of D4, I think stealth would have been fine. I just don't think stealth really works with the way the game direction is going currently. With just mass slaughter, push one or two buttons, super AoE, stuff just dies. Like how do you bring stealth into that? Like if you're playing with your friends, right? Because think about it. In the next expansion, and Mikey Donuts, I see your comment. I'm not ignoring you, I promise you. I see your comment. Think about it. They're pushing group play, right? In an expansion. Well, if your friends are playing and they're just mowing through things and you're still stealth because you're trying to find something to hit after stealth, but everything is just dead because you're playing with your friends who are obviously playing Spiritborn characters, right? So there's 3 Spiritborns and you're the only rogue and you're got this stealth build. And we all know Spiritborns are going to be OP. Let's be honest. Spiritborn's going to be OP. You know it, right? So you're the only stealth rogue in the party. And you're like, yo, I got this really cool stealth build. Watch, right? So you go into stealth. And then the Spiritborn just like teleports across the screen because, Spiritborn got all these cool abilities. They kill everything. You're still stealth. All right. Well, no problem. Okay. Go to the next screen, right? Then like all of a sudden this eagle Spiritborn dude and whatever like that flies across the screen, kills stuff, and you're still stealth because you haven't hit anything because stuff is just dead. Okay, well now your stealth build doesn't really seem so stealthy, is it? Doesn't really seem as cool anymore, is it? Because everything is just being slaughtered by your friends who are all playing Spiritborns. You see where I'm getting at? It's not that I don't like stealth. It's not that I don't think stealth is cool. I'm trying to figure out how do we make that work in today's gameplay. And so when Blizzard pushes for that agenda over and over and over again, you have to have a gameplay loop that fits that. You see what I'm saying? Like, you mean so how bards and druids felt leveling up with rogues on launch in season 1? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, not gonna lie. I mean, pretty much. I mean, so you see the problem I have with that. So like, they have to really come up with something extremely potent that won't really feel stealth-like in order for stealth to feel good. That's my critique of it. It's not that I don't think stealth is bad, or that it's not that I don't think stealth is good. It's just, how do you do it in a game like this? Am I going to play the PTR? Infinity asks. Of course I'm going to play the PTR. I mean, yeah, of course I'm gonna play the PTR. Imagine having the right guys for Maxroll and not play the PTR. Like, how much of a fail would that be on my end, right? But yeah, I'll be blasting the PTR. Ebunk says, I remember when you was using Force Free. Oh yeah, dude. I was using bow basic attacks before it was cool, man. Okay, Mikey Donuts, I got you now. Sith Lord die. I'm a young Padawan in search for Heartseeker guidance. Following the final set of plans, all aspects by 80%. Masterworks close. I have 27 points in the Heartseeker. Can't seem to do more than 10 million damage per hit. I don't know where the area is. Is the Amulet missing Frigid Finesse or the key stats focused on Masterworking or maybe it's my sequencing? Okay, so quite a few things. Here's some things that you have to. Few things. One, make sure all of your aspects are in the right spot. Moonrise has to be on a two-hand weapon. That ability has to be on the amulet. Those things have to be where they are. There are no shuffling of where the aspects need to be. So make sure you have the aspects where they're supposed to be in the proper slots. So trust me, that might sound like, oh well, of course I got it right and stuff like that. I promise you, I upgraded weapons. And I forgot to imprint aspects all the time. All the time. So double check that you got all the aspects you're supposed to have. Okay, because I ran a whole half a stream, a whole 3.5 hours doing torment boss carrying without Moonrise on my weapon. Forgot. Just totally forgot. 2, make sure that all of your buffs are up. If you're just shooting Heartseeker and you did not buff your close quarters combat, you didn't get your trick, so the trade legendary node, you didn't get your smoke grenade, you didn't get your cow traps, you didn't activate your ultimate. If you didn't do any of those and you're just shooting Heartseeker, then yeah, you're gonna hit for about 10-15 mil. So all the high numbers you see, you might see others get, or you might see me get, is because I have my buffs up constantly.
Take my money.
She's equaled life cheered X100. A Deoxide, what
Appreciate
are your
the biddies.
thoughts on the new key passive centered on abuse? Any build you brewing in there?
At the moment, no. Gonna be honest with you, no. I'm skeptical about that because I think the only thing that can really be used at the moment is like anything poison related, and we don't really have anything that can really scale poison other than what we normally have already. So I'm skeptical in terms of like how we're gonna sit there and put 3 different imbuements on our bar to really make that work. But again, it's hard to know because we don't know what the changes, we don't know what all the changes are. So we can't really brew up any builds without knowing the rest of the changes, if that makes sense. On the surface right now, it just looks kind of, okay, we'll see sort of thing. Yeah, you can use aspects. Yeah, you can use aspects, but I don't know if I'm gonna want to sit there and like lose damage multipliers just to be able to get a different element. So like it's a trade-off, not a buff. You see what I'm saying? What's up, YouTube? I see you over there. Who's not gonna play PTR? A lot of people actually, believe it or not, a lot of people don't like. They feel like playing something that's gonna go away in a week, where you actually like gather your gear and stuff like that, and then it goes away in a week, feels like a waste of time. Is what most people feel like. Believe it or not, I kid you not. Like that's what it was in Diablo 3. Like most people in Diablo 3 did not play PTR because they didn't want to sit there and do all that work and then not get to keep any of it. So most people won't play PTR, believe it or not. How do you feel about the Shadow Condors over Tyrio's Might on what build? Exactly. They need to rework imbuements if they want that playstyle. Yeah, see that's the thing. Like I need to see what they do with imbuements before I go, oh, cool key passive. How do I feel about the victimized change? They didn't change victimize. All they did was add more damage to something that's already broken. So until they fix victimize, I'm still really not that interested in it. And right now, I don't see any sort of like what up, Matthias? Nah, you have Cold Clip, okay, Poison Imbue, sure. And then Doombringer, oh no, nah. See, you've already nerfed your damage already. You've already nerfed your damage already. You're taking Doombringer. Am I reading it wrong? Is this victimized change in season 6 another nerf? I'll take a look at it again. I was kind of just kind of scroll. I don't really see a reason to take. I mean, I don't unless they fix victimize in some way. Like if they actually fix how the multipliers were victimized, we'll talk. But until then, I've looked at it and I'm just like, I'm not interested. Honestly, still not interested, and that's fine. That's at this point, that's fine. I don't know why I did that for. Let me move that. So, Dad, you looking forward to PTR? Yeah, that'd be fun. Everyone either be the new key passive or precision in your opinion, calling it now. Well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, what else do you really have? I mean, damage per Dark Shroud is still there, so I mean, people are going to be doing that. I mean, why not? The new key passive thing. I mean, if you're in the poison related stuff, then sure. Then the new key passive is, you know, potentially good. You know what's actually really good that I haven't seen too many people talk about yet? Elemental Surge is gonna, if the numbers for Elemental Surge doesn't change, it's gonna be extremely good in PTR because because all the numbers are coming down, the weapon damage and stuff is coming down, but the Elemental Surge value stays the same. But yeah, but my thing is Riptide is that I think for that key passive, that new imbuement key passive, I mean, I don't want to say it's kind of boring, but it doesn't do anything. It won't do anything that we aren't already doing right now. What does the new key passive open that we don't already do now? So like, let's say if you're playing Andorio's Rogue, right? Andorio's Rogue. You set that key passive, everything stays the same. You just do a lot more damage. Like Shadow kind of gets, you know, I'm gonna say pushed to the side, but Shadow and Cold won't really benefit nearly as much as, let's say, both of those two would. Then again, like I said, I'm sure there is more changes that we don't know about, so I'm kind of holding reserve. I'm kind of being reserved about it, but yeah. The Buddha is up. He said hi. Say hi to PewDiePie. He visits from Japan. Hey, thanks for the help, everyone. I was putting my help up. Like, what are you doing wrong? I'm gonna be a one-shot boy too. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, basically, Heartseeker. Everything on your bar on Heartseeker is just to buff Heartseeker more. So if you don't use anything on your bar and you just shoot Heartseeker, you're gonna be doing like 0 damage. Damage per Dark Shroud ain't making it to season 6 alive, in your opinion? I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. At the moment, looking at other stuff. The Shroud of Kandars makes you immune for 2 seconds every time you cast Dark Shroud. I thought is that Umbrous aspect counts as casting Dark Shrouds, right? Nope, it does not. You have to have Dark Shroud on your bar, and you have to cast it yourself. Why can't they increase the number of charges from the temporary so we don't have to stack? It's kind of less flexible having to stack 2 here and 2 charges there. I'm actually kind of okay with the way it is right now. Because, I mean, there aren't too many things you want in that slot to begin with. Keep the multi-alpha mix imbuement. Yeah. It's at 80% weapon damage instead of 62% all damage. Oh, you mean for victimize? We'll see if that's like a typo or something. Because that looks really bad for victimize unless, again, they fix the bugs with victimize. And even so, I don't know. But it's PTR. I mean, that's why we test things. We'll see. That new rogue skill can do good damage. You know, it's gonna be really popular. I think it's gonna be really popular in general because it's spin to win. Like it's literally God DH on rogue. Even when God DH wasn't like meta for Demon Hunter, still people still ran that build because people love that build. So I think regardless, it's gonna have some sort of popularity in general. Because I mean, unless they add some sort of like weaving mechanics to go along with it, it's gonna be super easy. It's gonna be relatively easy to play compared to most rogue builds, and people are going to gravitate towards it naturally. What's my thoughts on Paragon board limitation? I actually didn't talk much about the campfire, honestly. I didn't stream last night, and I had to go literally right after the whatchamacallit, September 4th, the day after PoE beta. You mean the PoE 2 beta? Is that, well, they're gonna be able to live stream that, right? Like those who were who got in, they can live stream that, right? It's like 20% weapon damage per knife. Yeah, but there's also like, there's other aspects and stuff that like goes along with this. So I'm pretty sure it'll be pretty decent coming off the bat. How about using Glyph beyond 21 but never share the idea? We're just where everyone would say it has 2 OP. I mean, you just say what you say what you want, man. Appreciate the sub, and it looks like my audio is fixed, by the way. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys see the audio and hear the audio? It actually worked. No echo. Boom. I think I fixed it. But yeah, my thoughts on the Paragon board limitation. Honestly, my thought is make some good shit on the Paragon boards, and you won't have to worry about us trying to get 7, 8, 10 boards to pick up one thing. Like, I think capping it is just a really easy way for them to be able to consolidate and quick fix issues that the Paragon boards have without having to do a complete overhaul. I'm not a big fan of the cap. I'm not a big fan of trying to stack 8 boards either. But I think the idea of capping something that honestly didn't really need to be capped in the first place, it just seems pretty lazy in my opinion. However, it does make it easy for them to kind of like, oh, well, this is what players are picking, the players are doing. It's easier for me to balance things. So I know why they did it. I just feel like they took the easy way out, and it's just I don't know. Like I hope they really do bigger changes or better changes to some of those nodes around. I don't want to just be putting points into things just to be putting points into things just because I can't put another board. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to be like, okay, well I have 22 points left over, but I can only take 5 boards. So I guess I got to take this node here, which does nothing for my build. And then take that node, which also does nothing. And then I got to take these nodes because, well, damn, I'm out of points. I might as well put it somewhere. right? At least with the other boards, like I can go out and pick a different board to pick up something I might want. Even if it's only one thing off that board that I might want, I can at least have the option to do that, right? I don't want to be forced into taking terrible things because I'm board limited. So I really do hope that they go back and they revisit more of those nodes to at least make them more interesting to pick if I'm going to be limited to 5 boards. That's my opinion. Do I like crossbow over bow? Well, to be honest with you, it was crossbow that, you know, came in, and you know, the crossbow spit game to me, man. Spit some mad game to me. You know, it was like, you know, whispering like sweet nothings in my ear and stuff. And like, I gave the bow a chance, right? But like, you know, the bow just didn't have me the game. You know what I'm saying? The crossbow laid it all out in the line. I was just like, bro, okay, you got me. You got me, man. You got me. I'm sold. You know, the crossbow wined and dined me a bit. You know what I'm saying? Pick me up in like a stretched limo and everything, man. And I mean, how can I resist that, man? First time here, do I host horde runs? Generally speaking, I play mostly solo, and I'm usually experimenting, trying to push, you know, evolution of builds, and it's hard to really do that in group play. Sometimes I do play in groups, but I don't do like queues and stuff like that. I might just go, hey, who wants to play? And then somebody might say me and me and me, and I'm like, all right, cool, let's play. But I don't do like rotas where I do that for like 4 hours straight or anything. I don't do that. You feel like they heard your thoughts? How in the world does he have 39k health without rubies in the equipment? I have 35k health, but that's also with the potion. So also, I'm using a regular chest now, so I have health here too as well. And I have health from the Shaco. To be honest with you, I have too much health. I would need to find some way to shave some of that and see if I can get some more DPS out of it. No echo confirmed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Riptide, like, please voice your thought on that. I will. I 100% plan on it. But just as with everything, Riptide, I do want to wait and play it in the PTR first. When they release the full PTR, obviously, to voice my opinions on that. I think I'm still going to run into that problem. Like the way I feel about it, I'm going to run into it. But I want to at least say I played it and I put the points there, and I still feel the same way. You know what I mean? Like, I want to at least be able to do that, so at least my voice has more merit versus, well, I read what I read and I don't like it. You see what I'm saying? But I 100% agree with you. But the one guy in the QA suggested don't limit 5 boards, but limit 5 glyphs. I'd be way more on board with that. I like that better, personally. I think that's a better idea. I don't really like the whole point of limiting in general, but if I had to make a choice, I would rather limit the glyphs than the amount of boards. Ruby's getting changed to strength and expansion, no more life and armor. Yeah, I saw that. You said I was ahead of the curve. Yeah, I mean we don't do rubies over here. Emeralds till I die. Also, by the way, Hachi, in terms of the crossbow versus bow, you know, question, only reason why I choose crossbow is because I like the way it sounds better. There's no super hidden tech or anything, or something that you guys don't know or whatnot, or, you know, some insider knowledge that I might have of that, or, you know, it's just literally I like the way Heartseeker sounds on a crossbow. That's the reason why I use crossbow. That's it. I do tell everybody else to go bow, not because I feel like you have to or should, but because usually everyone else prefers bow over crossbow for stuff like this. So I'm just like, yeah, go bow. Like, it doesn't bother me. I'm not jelly or anything. Yeah, I mean, crossbows is just as good. I mean, it's not like you're totally not missing out on anything, I promise. All of my videos has been recorded using the crossbow. No one ever felt like my damage was gimped or felt like I wasn't doing what I was doing. All my streams has been crossbow. So Stop playing for now. You said you stopped playing for now? It makes sense. I mean, it's been about what? We're going on almost 4 weeks or almost a month, so you got half a season's worth of entertainment. Sounds good. Running your build now has been a fun change after coming back to the game, being away from you. Cool, cool. Yeah, it's Heartseeker's fun. I was confused on the board at first, and I have learned so much from you. Oh, cool, man. I'm glad I was able to help. Blizzcon and the multipliers when they become legendary. Yes, they do. Does not offset from you having from not adding a different board. Well, it's really not about the glyph power so much as it is about why would you limit it in the first place. That's the question. Like, if you don't want everyone to take 7 glyphs, then make the other options a little more interesting. We take it because we feel like we don't have any other options. So give us more options, not less. You see what I'm saying? Now, of course, that requires more balancing and more time and all that other stuff is concerned, sure. But I mean, it doesn't feel good for those who, you know, I guess you said for those who play a lot, I put it that way. For those who don't play a lot, this probably doesn't really have that, you know, that kind of an impact. But if you play a lot and you like to look at things in theorycraft and come up with, you know, interesting ways to do things or whatnot, this is the whole limiting to 5 boards is kind of a blow.
Shut up and take my money.
She's equal life cheered X100.
Cheesy with the biddies, appreciate
Twisting
you, man.
blades to hit twice. I hope, pray and pray and pray that Twisting Blade will be back to S+ tier. Are F Cold still gonna be the hardest hitter for rogues?
So in terms of what's gonna be hitting, I think it's way too early right now to be establishing what is gonna be meta for season 6. Understand this, and I think people missed this when Adam said this, and Adam said this already. I think people aren't paying attention to this fact. What we are playing in the PTR is an old build, meaning the numbers are not going to be what they are when the game actually launches. Okay? So we're playing an old build. The main reason why we're playing PTR isn't necessarily for skill balance per se. They just want to know how the systems perform. The new systems perform. They're not looking to try to establish a meta right now for builds or skills or whatnot. That's not what this PTR is about. Okay? So people are trying to establish, you know, hey, you know, this build is going to be OP in the expansion or whatnot. There's zero way to really know that because the information we have right now is of an old build. Old build. Old build. Yeah. So we're talking about 4 or 5 months or something behind what they have already accomplished. Which is why they don't mind us playing the old build. They don't mind because it's not the new build. Okay. So determining saying Cold Rapid Fire is going to be the best in Season 6, that is a big stretch because we don't know. Big stretch. I'm not saying don't theory craft, stuff based off of what you see and kind of see, see what might work or what not. I mean, that's fun. Of course, do that. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that if you're a theory crafter, right? That's fun stuff. I get it. But like, I wouldn't be trying to establish metas quite yet. We're really far away from that. We can discuss opportunities, but being like, oh man, this is gonna be the meta in Season 6. No, bro, no way. It's impossible to know that. 100% impossible to know that. With that being said, I will say that the whole Flurry hitting twice and Twisting Blades hitting twice is actually really cool. I even think Blade Shift now have a chance to do double damage can kind of make my Shank rogue kind of fun, more fun to play. So that's really cool. Invigorating Strike being able to cleave is actually kind of cool, believe it or not. Not that you would be using Invigorating Strike, but for those who want to do some off-meta setups like I do often, I would actually play around with that. Hey man, did they change the enhanced cow chefs to not provide more damage for duration increase? So they fixed that in Season 5. It was a bug that was in Season 4. So they fixed that with the launch of Season 5 to where it caps out at 45%. So yeah, we don't take the duration decrease for the extra damage anymore. We take it to make sure it doesn't fall off. That's kind of it. But what up, Lexi? Get your eyes in the Shadow Step build. The whole idea that it can cleave now is actually kind of cool. And hopefully it can cleave when you one-shot them and not cleave as long as they're still alive, because then that would be a bad thing too, right? So yeah, speaking of the cleave, yeah, the cleave thing. Again, here's my reservation about the cleave, okay? Does it cleave if you one-shot them? Just like just like Shadow Step and the whole victimized thing. Does if you cleave, will it cleave if they're dead? That's an important question, because if not, then you're not playing Shadow Step. You're not gonna play Shadow Step because, well, why? So, I mean, we'll see. So I'm reserved about that too. Play zoomed in. All right. I might have to ignore chat for the rest of the waves because I have to really pay attention. But I will do it for you, sir, since you redeemed it. Said Darkside, you're not off meta. Darkside, you're just 4 seasons ahead of the curve. I watched you make Barrage work since Season 1. All right, zoomed in it is. I guess like the thematics. I do too. I have a pair of boots for me, free. What kind of boots? Is it are we talking about Timberlands, or are they like are they Air Force Ones? I mean, what are we talking about? You should see it. It's wild that you're almost doing trillions. What are you doing? You seen the rapid fire ties work on pit leaderboards? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. The 157 clear. I'm actually, well, I guess we have to do this one. Is Heartseeker an auto attack button? No. Well, I mean, if you can hold down the button and it fires, just like any skill. You can do toggle if you want. You can toggle a button, but that's more so controls, not like the skill itself. They're echo boots. Ah. Oof. Crowd control. Snakes. Oof. Run. Acrobat. Flip. Flip, rogue. Flip. Boy, I had like no health. I was relying on that shield. I almost died like this. Oh man. Okay. Barrington. Ugh. So some of the hardest parts about this is finding a target to shadow step, because I can only shadow step to a target that's in my field of vision. So I have to purposely get close enough to shadow step to something so I can activate my buffs. Which makes it really difficult. Was it saying about Doombringer earlier? Nothing. Doombringer's good. I mean, you're obviously whenever you take Doombringer, you're adding a lot of toughness, but you're sacrificing damage, which is kind of the point of Doombringer in general. I get a lot of questions usually asking, can they run Doombringer with set build? And I say, oh, of course you can. Just as long as you understand that, you know, yeah, you're getting a lot of toughness, but you're sacrificing damage. So it's a trade-off, and as long as you're okay with that trade-off, then sure, run Doombringer. Oh, you got me. Sacrificing damage is sacrilegious. On this channel, yes, that is very true. People always ask me how much health do I have? And I'm like, I don't know. We look at our health bar here. We look at our health globe here. Did I get health anywhere? If I did, it was probably an accident. Yeah, step away and stun it. Yeah, it was nothing big. I promise you. Yeah. Three GA dex plus 4 cow chest and 6 poison. No thanks, but I appreciate it. I'm actually running Penitent Grease anyways. I got these ice cold boots, ice tray boots. So now granted, it's for my Heartseeker only. I don't run these on any other builds for now. I probably could do it on maybe Flurry or Barrage if I don't go Terios Might. Like if I choose to just put those builds back on and I choose to take off Terios Might like I did with this one, not then I probably put the Penitent Grease back on, but we'll see. Yeah. I will say that just because they are you know, triple GA, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're useful. I found many triple GA amulets that were absolutely garbage. I mean garbage. I mean we even had like I'm gonna say like a vote in chat, but like I basically said chat like so what's it gonna roll on this triple GA amulet before I even look at it? It's gonna be like, you know, life regen, a single resistance of some sort. And then like, I don't know, like armor percent. Or whatever. And we'll get close. We will actually get close to actually calling what actually rolled. I messed up my rotation. He should have been dead on the first. Like that. I think Tyrius is currently a little over budgeted. No, not really. Not really. I think Tyrius is where it needs to be. But I do think that it's funny because before, like when I was writing build guides for this season or updating build guides for the season 5, I've always kind of thought to myself that at some point I'm gonna want to play without Terios Might. Simply just because, I mean, it's really good. Don't get me wrong, and it solves a lot of issues really easily. But I figure at some point, I think I want to get to a point where I am comfortable enough in my build or setup to where I can run without Terios Might in some way, shape, or form. Now I'm gonna have to get Dice and Fuzzy Slippers or Xmas for this code. Duncan, what's going on? Setting a Heartseeker and a few master working mass equals cry. How much health do you have? Full, except when I get hit. Try not to get hit. It hurts. I mean, pretty much. Pretty much. Revive at checkpoint screen. Here it comes. Shouts out to ground effect, please. Who is that? Cater one? Sorry, I didn't even see your comment up there. You said Happy Fridays. Oh, there. No, I did. Okay, I answered that question already. Yeah, I am. I also think that how they're doing the PTR this time around is actually good. Like, it's actually really good in terms of like having just a couple of days to just be about leveling in a sense, because we all know they knew we were not going to be testing the leveling phase until we got bored of the PTR, which is like the last couple of days of it or something. Like, they knew ahead of time, so I think it was smart by them. Groger, appreciate the prime. Am I going to test the leveling? Yeah, I will. I'm going to have to, considering that leveling is going to be different now. So I need to know how that feels and what, how I'm going to, adjust the Barrage leveling and Flurry leveling guides. So I'm going to have to play it. But I am interested though. Like, I want to know how that feels. And so yeah, that's what, Wednesday through Friday, I believe. And then Friday through Wednesday will be the end game or late game stuff. Crossbow gets those bigger numbers for the thumbnails too. I mean, I guess, yeah, true. Tyrios has all the right ingredients to be a crutch. True. I just knew that I couldn't, for the Maxroll guys, I couldn't not recommend the Tyrios might, if that makes sense. Like, there's no way in the world that I don't have that slotted as a final setup with Mythics. Like, it's just too efficient not to. Well, throw these in here. I don't know why I don't just go ahead and just convert those like right away. So where's the potion vendor at? With that being said, though, I think the next streams from now until Wednesday will be a little shorter, just so therefore I can kind of rest up and relax. Like, don't make any like videos, kind of just chill for a bit. Because of course I'm gonna be blasting the entire PTR. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make sure I'm fresh for for that. There's something I'm missing that I want to do. Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to change my weapon out. I kind of want to do the Caltrap size instead of duration. So I have this sword for that purpose. Just, I mean, I don't push any pit, so like I don't have a reason to have duration, honestly. Like, personally. In fact, I probably could just go with Elemental Surge. At least that actually would do something for what I play. You aren't getting FOMO missing out on the Fell Maven title for 150 pit. I don't even put the title on my current character. Look at this. No title selected. So even if I got the title, I wouldn't wear it or use it or even remember that I had the title. But no, I don't do achievements at all. Like I've never been like you remember Riptide back in Diablo 3. I never finished the season journey. You remember? Like I never finished the season journey. You remember that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know why I'm like that. I know it's weird. I know it's super weird, but I don't know. Oh, whoops. Same, another no title enjoyer. I guess, like I said, I'm just too lazy to even put a title as it is. But nah, yeah, definitely no FOMO here. Dex is not where I really want this at all. Although it's not that bad considering I do have percent Dex. Let's shoot for it. If it rolls damage per dark strike, I'll keep. Okay. I mean, kind of backwards of how I wanted it. But sure, why not? I guess. Yeah. I guess I'll remaster work up later or something. I'm not that picky about it. Bet you regret not having those D3 cosmetics right now. Oh man. How's it going over there in Sorkland though, Lexi? I've been seeing you making more comments about Rogue in the recent. Are you converting? Is that what I'm hearing, or what's going on over there, Mr. Lex? Just saying. Put that there. I think part of me just wanted the cosmetic though. Like I wanted to have two swords instead of like a sword and a dagger, just because two swords look better. Let's see, let's put this. I think we're gonna put this here. That's fine. All right, let's go for it again. All right. Oh, whoops. I actually think I might do some pit today. Not push pit, but like kind of like you know, how fast can I do 120s or how fast can I do a 130 type ordeal. Something that's always completable, I guess. Then again, I don't know. Like once you start getting like 130 plus, you know, that boss time takes, you know, depending on the boss you get, can get really annoying. So I guess I got to be careful how high I go. Zero Rogue is just more interesting. Even this season with all the Sork stuff. Nah. I guess I just thought Sork was the most interesting this season, to be honest with you. I would say in previous seasons, you'd be correct. Like, or I would agree with you. I'm gonna say correct, but I would agree with you if you're talking about like, you know, seasons 1 through 4. But this season, I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Oh, hey, that looks pretty cool. Type ordeal. But do you think Rogue has more potential for builds for Vessel of Hatred? But the reality is, you're playing Spiritborn, right? I mean, let's be honest. Are we really thinking about rogue builds going going into Vessel of Hatred at the moment? Maybe for PTR, right? For fun, and then when it actually releases, we're all playing Spiritborn. Oh crap! I forgot something. Is he gonna let me leave? He's not gonna let me leave, is he? Nope. I forgot to put the aspect on the sword. Yep, totally forgot. You're sad for Shadow Step Cleave? I'm just hoping it works the way that we think it does. We've been disappointed several times by Shadow Step Theorycraft, you know, not working out the way that it should have. And I hope that Shadow Step Cleave is actually like a good amount. Like, don't let it be like, you know, 10% or some like whack amount either. You're going Gorilla Spiritborn because it looks fun. Eagle all the way, baby. We fly. We stretch our wings. Alright, let's actually put on the right aspect for the sword. Are you happy with the speed of the gameplay in-game compared to D3 Rifts, DH, Godset, etc.? I'm going to be honest with you. 100% honest. I don't dislike the gameplay at all. Like D4, in terms of the gameplay feel. I mean, it's good. Like, it feels good. I prefer what I saw in PoE2 trailers. I prefer that kind of gameplay, more of a slower, your choice type, you know, your what you do sort of matters type gameplay. When everything kind of just blows up on the screen because you clicked a single button, because your character just, you know, gets to that point where it's that strong. Sort of like, don't get me wrong, it feels good to be that strong. It feels good to be powerful, but in my opinion, for me, that gets old quick because there's no resistance. If nothing challenges you anymore and there's no more actual resistance, I'm not talking about like, oh, we just increase the damage and health resistance, but like, you know, resistances that forces you to think and make choices, I become bored. But I do hope that PoE2, the gameplay that we saw in the beginning, obviously, that it stays that way throughout the end game, where it doesn't become what PoE1 is, where you're ultra speed force blasting in a sense. But I think that's actually why I kind of preferred more so of Diablo IV's initial approach to the game in terms of gameplay, where it was a little slower pace in a sense. Even though the game itself was very much incomplete, right? Like there was a lot of problems with the game itself. But the pace of the gameplay I actually enjoyed more so than now. It's just hard for stuff to matter when we are approached with so much density right now. Like, density is cool, density is fun. I'm not going to pretend that it's not. But when we want so much density, you have to scale back how much danger the elites can be towards you, how much danger the mobs can be towards you. So they just become, you know, basically just, you know, target practice for your builds. They don't really represent any real threat, because if they did, then we'd be crying that they're too strong. It's like, I can't believe, you know, the mob actually moved out of the way of my attack and I missed and I got hit and I died. We'd be complaining that that's the way it is, right? But mobs doing that, I think, is cool, because it means you have to think and, you know, push a button in a certain direction and not just, you know, aim mindlessly and stuff dies. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when elites don't matter and their affixes don't matter, like when we don't care about what they do, then the gameplay becomes, in my opinion, a little stale. Because why should I care that they have, you know, cold enchanted, fire enchanted, bazooka, you know, or bazooka enchanted, or like, you know, can morph into Chuck Norris or whatever, if they just die in 1 or 2 hits anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they pose no real threat and they're in the middle of 1,000 mobs, why do I care? Like, I should care, because I should want to know how to deal with that. Oh, well, they have this affix and that affix. Okay, well, let me do this, but not this. There's no thought. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, but I understand why they went the direction that they went. People, like, the way that I think about it is not probably the typical way of someone who is jumping in, you know, into action RPG that just want to play for like an hour and just mow down a bunch of stuff. Like, I totally understand that. My thought process is very much in the minority of things, right? But it does, I feel like, water down decision making and what you can and cannot do with your build. And then we just have metas, like meta builds that are just focused on how many things can you mow down a second, versus, well, how can this build deal with that situation and that situation? It's like, well, who cares? How many mobs can your build kill a second? That's our meta currently, right? How many mobs can your build kill a second? That's it. Then when it comes to Pit, it's not even about that anymore, right? For Pit, it's about, can your build deal good single target damage? Yes or no? If so, welcome to the Pit. So, like, we just don't have. Well, I guess I kind of just already said whatever I said. You will appreciate the sub. 6 months in advance. That is a risk, sir. I hope to entertain you for 6 months and make your 6 month subscription worth it. I'll be here. I will be here for that 6 months. You better believe it. But I hope I can live up to your expectations, sir. For Heartseeker, would it be better to have unstable elixirs or a frigid finesse, or to have exploit with frigid finesse? Unstable elixirs, for sure. For sure. Trust me, the one I like the most from Maxroll. Well, I appreciate it. But you know what I mean? Like, is what I'm saying making any sense? Whether you agree or not. I'm not saying you have to agree, and I'm pretty sure most people don't. But, like, does it make sense? Like, I think that's the reason why I really enjoy playing Infernal Hordes sometimes, like, more so than anything. Not because I care about the Aether count. I don't care about the Aether count at all. I really don't. However, I think the Hordes, even though it is a very chaotic and there's a lot of density or whatever, there, compared to the rest of the game, there are times, at least with the builds that I play, keywords, the builds that I play, where I have to make decisions. Because being in the wrong spot at the wrong time can mean death. Using Shadow Step too early can mean death. I have to make decisions. The mode kind of forces me to make decisions. And I like that. I like having to, you know, okay, well, this happened, that happened, or they spawn over there, but it's an event to the left side. What's the best course of play? And it's not always the same thing every time, because, well, it's randomly generated. So like, yeah, you will run into similar scenarios, but they will never be the exact same. And oftentimes I choose boons just for the sake of extra challenge, just because, even though it's not efficient for Aether or whatever, but just for the sake of changing things up. It's like, oh, Aether Lord, sure, I'll fight you this time around. Why not? It's been a while, right? Sure, let's you know, let's rock. Let's go for it. So when people ask me what am I farming for in Infernal Hordes, I'm like, nothing. I'm literally playing it just to be playing it. You know, can I skimp out on some defenses more? Like, you know, now I understand how to deal with this situation a little better. Can I remove this and be just as effective? You know, those kind of things. Yeah, I definitely see your point, bro. I think it's from a point of view from a person who doesn't have much time to play. Not me. It's more appealing to blast and have fun. You're right. You're right. You're right, right? I will say this though, Gorshi, that's why we have different difficulty levels, right? What if all you want to do is blast and have fun without much resistance, and then the harder difficulties is more of a, oh, I have to think and strategize and, you know, pick certain skills in my bar to deal with certain situations. So you can kind of have both. Like if you just want to blast on normal and everything just dies in one hit, you have the option to do so. Rather than like on the hardest and highest difficulty level of the game, outside of, let's say, you know, pit scaling, everything is dying at the touch of a button. Now you don't really get the option for the other, like for a different way of approaching the game, I guess, if that makes sense. But you're not wrong. But I do think that different difficulty settings can provide that gameplay experience for both sides, right? Would I take unstable over malice? Personally, I would prefer malice. Even though unstable on paper is better, I would prefer malice because malice is more consistent. See, here's a choice here. Generally speaking, this is probably a choice I would want to make, right? But we're going to make this choice because I feel like fighting some Aether Lords. I want Torment 4 to be what you're saying, and Torment 1 for blasting. Yes, exactly that. And hell, maybe I want to change it up. Maybe I don't want to think. Maybe I don't want to, you know, push buttons or whatnot. And then I can always switch down to Torment 1 and not do that. How do you go about farming for your second uber unique for a build? Torment bosses. Yep, just torment bosses. Torment bosses with friends. And if you don't have friends, then you can pretend to make some. Use all of his mats and then unfriend him or them. And then rinse and repeat. I skipped Aether Lord zoomed in. Did I? What? I'm just speaking the truth. Y'all don't... You're trying to act like y'all don't do that too? Hey, you got some mass? Y'all got some mass. Bro, we should be friends, man. Know what I'm saying? We should kill bosses together. What you think about that? Yo, I'm in, right? As soon as he's out of mass, right? It's like, GG, bro. You leave, unfriend. Never to speak to him again. So I can confirm. I was on death through this. You gotta at least offer an excuse to soften the blow. I mean, you can always try like my dog ate my homework, or my dog ate my internet cord, my Ethernet cord. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't play all last week, man. My dog ate my Ethernet cord, and that's why we couldn't play. You know how it is, right? You know how it is. You able to get his Tyrios? We actually didn't get a chance to play yesterday. I messaged him, and he didn't respond. So I assume he was really busy. But it is the weekend though, so I assume either today or tomorrow. Oh, sorry, Saturday or Sunday. We'll be able to get together and play and do boss runs. I told him about it though. Yeah, he definitely needs his Tyrios might for sure, because he wants to do T8 on his druid. That Tyrio might is gonna help him quite a bit to be able to do all the things. Hey yo, my goldfish is drowning. Sorry, I gotta go. What would you recommend your first Uber unit to be? Generally, Tyrio's Might is usually the go-to for our first Uber unit. I think your way may create more creative builds instead of just a meta build to blast through the content. So I definitely see your point. Yeah, that's like I said. I think the idea of like creating multiple ways to play, or multiple ways for multiple people to enjoy the game, is always a W in general. I don't want to take away from anyone. Like I don't want to take away from anyone, but rather add. In addition to this happening, can we also? Is usually the approach I would like to take. Like for instance, there's always like trading has been like a major topic, right? Even in my stream at some points, trading has been a really major topic, and I don't really care for trading. Right? It's just not my thing. I don't care for it. I also don't think that they should have restricted it the way they did, but I personally don't care for it. But I understand that there are people who do. However, my thought is, why not just open up trade completely and then have a solo self-bound mode for those who don't want to trade? Why not let people trade the way they want to trade? And then for those who don't want to be involved in trading, well, there's solo self-bound. So my thought is, don't take away, just add. And in addition to doing that, why don't we also do this for those who rather enjoy it this way? I would love a solo self-bound mode. And if that means, that would allow, let's say, Mythic Uniques to be able to be traded, so be it. Why not? Like, doesn't bother me. And it makes them happy. Pody with the Prime. What's going on? Pretentious with the sub. 13 months in a row. What's happening, man? How was your week, man? How was your first week? Yeah, your first week back to school, man. How was it? Relic, what's going on, man? Also with the sub. Coming back, remembering the sub. Appreciate you, sir. 8 months in a row. Bow or crossbow? Heartseeker? I don't know, man. I mean, whichever one like spits the most game to you, man. You know, which one is gonna wine and dine you the most? You know. So whichever one decides to put in more effort to get your attention, it's the one you go for. Crossbow won me over, so I'm using crossbow. Pretentious parents with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, good sir. Hope you're doing well. Hold on, there was someone else had a question. My bad for offering the boost. No, man, you're good. You're good. I have no problems with that. No problems. Bryce, what's happening, man? I'm just glad my alerts actually work correctly now. I figured out what was happening. I don't know how to fix it. I just had to turn it off. But I got to go back and figure out how to actually fix it. Really? Aw, I messed this up so bad. So bad. My god, that was so bad. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. I actually rested quite a bit yesterday. I was gonna stream last night. I thought about it. But I streamed in the daytime and I thought about it. I was like, there is some things to talk about. I could talk about last night, but I was like, man, I was so tired. I was like, I think it's just best if I just rest. So I came home from doing what I was doing yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna just sleep. I'm gonna just nap on and off and like just do nothing. And it felt great. It really felt good. Even though I really did want to stream last night, but I think it was good for my body that I didn't. I'm not a huge fan of trading either. I like earning my leads. It feels more rewarding in your opinion. Yeah. I mean, I generally feel mostly the same way too as well. But you know, again, for those who rather trade, you know, why not let them trade? In fact, I actually think a endgame market, like a marketplace inside the game, would be so much better than this whole third-party mess thing that we got to do. Should I make Starless guys or Andes for a second mythic? Well, that depends. Do you want to play Andes? Like, do you want to play Andario's Road? If the answer is yes, then you make Andes. If the answer is no, then you don't make Andes. Sleep as much as can. The PTR testing will be stressful. Yeah. Well, that's the reason why I think I was saying before, like, my next streams are going to be a little shorter, running up to Wednesday, because, well, like, it's not that there isn't anything to stream. It's just more so of, I know how long I'm going to be streaming for that week, from Wednesday to the following Wednesday. So I think it's good for me to be mostly fresh, I guess. Things humans do is up. You said the boys got the guns out today. Yeah, actually, I was wearing this earlier today, and I was like, you know, I don't feel like taking it off. I'm gonna just rock it. But yeah, I will say on the PTR though, like, I don't know if I'd be doing as much of cooking of builds as I will just be testing things. I think it's because I know so much is gonna change at the launch from what we have in the PTR version of the game, that it's just it's gonna be one of those things where I spend so much time Well, I guess the thing is too, I do have to write guys, right, or update guys, and what I think is gonna work. So I guess I do have to kind of put some effort into that, right? Obviously, and be like, okay, I think this is what's gonna work. But given what we've been giving so far going into the expansion, like unless the Paragons look a little more build defining, I don't really see a lot of builds really changing that much, honestly. I think the way that we get into the builds will probably change a lot. But I think the end result of most of these builds would be mostly pretty similar, with the exception of like, you know, having like, you know, your mercenary do a thing for you, and then of course the runes, right? So it'll be more like, I'll put it this way, like Heartseeker will probably still exist, in a similar form that it is in now. I'd say similar, but I mean we'll see. But like, I will say that the change from damage to crowd control to damage to close, will make things a little interesting, I guess, for Heartseeker, because I doubt Victimize is going to be worth anything. So, and again, could be wrong. Hopefully it is, but could be wrong. If it's not, then the close quarters combat passive, passive that we're currently using now may not be the go-to. Maybe we can scale cold clip in a sense to where cold imbuement gets a lot of potency from the mixed cold imbuement or something. We can maybe go that route. I don't know. Because then we'll have yeah, but we'll see. I think Heartseeker will still be, from what I've seen so far, will still be a thing. Even more so if they fix Pangorges. People don't know that Pangorges is actually bugged and should be giving us considerably more damage than it does. Victimize, obviously, you know, you guys already know about that. So, but yeah, I mean, so like builds that we already know and, you know, play will probably still be mostly in its core form, I guess. If someone explained to me where the large damage numbers of Heartseeker build come from, I have most of the build pretty close to the planner, and my damage is still pretty low comparatively. Have you so you have all the aspects and everything in the right places? That's number one. And number two, are you using your buffs? Because if you're just shooting your Heartseeker, your numbers are way lower than if you were to like have your buffs out. So that includes casting your ultimate, casting Caltraps, casting Smoke Grenade, casting Shadow Step for 3 different buffs. There's like about 6 buffs that you kind of need to somewhat rotate out of and maintain to make Heartseeker stronger. If you just cast Heartseeker and that is it, your damage is going to be really low. Is it Pangorger? No, Pangorgers in general is bugged. It's not just on the rogue. It's just bugged in general. Pangorgers is a lot like Victimize, where we're just not getting the damage value we're supposed to be getting. Where, you know, aka a lot of multipliers just not working correctly. With the 11100 exploit glyph, Victimize might work out. Well, if it's based on weapon damage, which I mean, I guess at that point a crossbow might make more sense then. I'm gonna have to just wait and see. Like, they didn't mention any fixes to Victimize, so like in terms of like bug fixes, I put it that way. How's the campfire chat? Really good. Really good, actually. Lots of good information. People seem really happy, especially towards the end with the runes. People love that. So should you just swap Pain Gorgeous with something else? No. You still use Pain Gorgeous. We know it's bugged, but it's still really good. It's just bugged. We will be stronger, significantly stronger if it worked properly. I mean, I'm still using it. You still see it in the planners, of course. Like, we knew it was bugged since last season, and it's still bugged, and not a good way. What I found is interesting that when you talk about ultimates may come true now, we can put points into that and lower the cooldown, which means high. What if a con with the cooldown reduction along with Shaco, you can get down to almost constantly casting? Yeah, you just gotta make sure that the damage is there still. I mean, Shadow Clones still, like, they nothing was mentioned about Shadow Clone, so let's see if they actually did anything with Shadow Clone, right? I don't know. I guess for me, Death Trap is probably the only one that I could see myself wanting to spam. Rain of Arrows, not so much because of the casting time. People don't realize that every time you cast a Rain of Arrows, you lose precious animation time that would have been spent on a core skill or even a basic attack that would have dealt more damage had you just casted the other thing instead. Rain of Arrows needs to deal considerably more damage than it does now. I mean, having 5 ranks into it would still not make Rain of Arrows good. Or stronger than, like, let's say a chorus, like spamming a chorus tag or something. Like, I think right now, as ultimates, as like utility or being used as just utility, is probably the best we're going to be able to get, unless they add new uniques or new aspects to really make them deal a lot of damage. But I think Death Trap probably has the most potential to being good in terms of, like, maybe like a good damage dealer that can be spammed. But I mean, we'll see. So because of the buffs also. Yeah, but you also got to remember, though, you got to remember how far behind some of these ultimates are. Think about Flurry. Think about Flurry and, like, how far behind Flurry was a season or two ago. And Flurry got a ton of buffs, right? Flurry got a lot of buffs. Where's Flurry right now? Still, like, not where a lot of the other builds are, even though it got a lot of buffs. Why? Because Flurry was really far behind. People forgot how people remember. So just because you buff something a little bit doesn't mean it's going to be, oh yeah, it's going to be great now. You got to think about it in terms of, relative to where it was. Like, Rain of Arrows right now is, like, in terms of damage is concerned, is really bad. So buffing it like 2 to 3 to 4 times better than what it was is still bad. It could be 10 times better, and it would still technically be not that great. You see what I'm saying? Like, it needs like a 50 times scaler or something before we start going, okay, I might use it over Andy's Barrage or something. Like, even with the 50 times scaler, you probably still wouldn't do it. Like, people don't realize how far behind some of these things are. They're pretty far. Now, I think Death Trap actually has the most potential, though. I will say that. I will say Death Trap has the most potential of being like a damage ultimate. Or Shadow Clone if they actually fix Shadow Clone. Where it actually deals 80% of your actual damage. But you guys know how that is. Are the Paragon points going to transfer to the expansion? So when you ask the Paragon points going to transfer to the expansion, are you talking about like the Paragon points you collected now? Like, are you going to be able to start a new season and like season 6 with all your Paragon points? Is that what you're asking? It'll be just like the current season, where like if you make a new character for the season, right? Then you're starting at level 1. Now, in terms of Eternal's concerned, yes, you'll keep all your characters in terms of the all your Paragon in terms of the internal or whatever, but not for like a new seasonal character. Oh, those things. No. That's renown. That's different. Sorry. No. Renown is permanent. Those are permanent. Once you grab those statues or whatever, that's permanent. You won't have to do that again now. Ever. Unless you chose to play hardcore or something, but. Clone is really cool. It really is. I'm not gonna lie. But they were so afraid of clone being good that they just would not allow certain things to work with it. Because it was like, well, if it's really good, then you would never not take it. Which is true. That is true. Like I mean, if it actually dealt 80% of my damage, why would I not ever not take it? So they're not wrong, but I think the way that it currently is right now isn't really great either. So they're gonna have to figure out something. That wasn't too bad. So that makes sense. They didn't discuss at all about maybe fixing the ultimates to be more. Well, I mean, I think the thing is that I think they're making them more appealing, and maybe some of the runes might make some of the ultimates kind of cooler, or do more with ultimates in that sense. So maybe, who knows? Does Masterwork and stats affect enough to affect damage in the millions? Well, I mean, if you Masterwork all of your gear, yes. Well, I'm gonna say yeah. I mean, it's not. Oh, I do 10 damage and then I Masterwork everything. I now do millions of damage. It's not that. It's not that black and white. However, Masterworking does help. If you Masterwork every piece to 12, and you kind of hit as close to the right Masterworkings that you want, I mean, you will see, definitely some real increases in your damage. But when it comes to Heartseeker, the biggest increases is making sure you hit your rotations right in terms of your buffs. Like that matters way more than the Masterworking does. Even though the Masterworking is also very important. As with any build. Any builds like that. How am I doing today? Doing alright. Shadow Beam is actually surprisingly effective in these speed runs because I mean I guess the mob's HP isn't really that high, at least the trash isn't. So having the extra booms around is actually quite good. I really should update that command. That's so satisfying. What up, Daniel? I see your comment on YouTube. Give me 1 second. Why did I almost won almost one staggered him. This is kind of chill. The speed 120s are kind of chill. Different gameplay than Infernal Hordes. I can appreciate that. I have a 4 GA Oculus and then I got 3 Triple Masterworks. I could get a teleport to level 45. Wonder if this would do anything decent. I mean, I guess if your build requires that, but like, I don't know of anything on sort that really requires that. See, I one-on-one speeds for a change too. Yeah, I don't know if I can really do one-on-one speeds on this, man, because like legit stuff would die before my random arrows even hit them. So like, I think the one-on-one would be a complete waste for this. Like I have to maybe go Death Trap, or something. Like even on the 120s, like I still feel like the mob's HP is too low for me to kind of enjoy. So I might have to bump this up to like 125, maybe something. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is relaxed. Like I do want some resistance, but I do want to like kind of go through it. So the rotation of buffs, what was missing? Well, I mean, everything on your bar from Heartseeker buffs your Heartseeker. So if you don't use anything from your bar, then your Heartseeker naturally won't do as much damage. But I do explain it in the guide in terms of like what you should do, and why. That was such a bad shadow step. You build a guy, you don't have a point in shadow step, but you can't equip. Are you doing? It's because you don't have a Shaco. That's why. So if you're trying to do the final version without a Shaco, then you can't equip it because you don't get the free point like you would from Shaco. Appreciate the follow. I probably should start. Honestly, I think I should start with the Rain of Veils first. Because it takes too long in these runs to wait for it if I do it like after. I think no frigid finesse and amulets holding you back some too. Well, I'm guessing getting a D4 last week, so somebody using your bill on picking that 15, 16 mil, but also missing some stuff and barely masterwork. Yeah, those are big things. But yeah, the rotation is definitely important. I mean, frigid finesse is one thing, but I will definitely tell you that in the videos, my very first video I put out, Heartseeker this season, my amulet did not have frigid finesse. Trying to. Oh, there's a shield somewhere. Yeah, I played this whole pit like so badly, honestly. This whole pit run. Yeah, I gotta hit my rotations right in the 120 in the 125s for sure. And get a hardcore crest to drop to save your life. Well, gotta craft it. Are you getting any mythic uniques at all from doing torment bosses or no? Some. All right. Well, once you get your 4th spark, craft your Shaco. Okay, so he dies in the 3rd stagger. That's fine. The possibility to get a GA from crafting? It is, yep.
Not in town.
Is there a weird one? Which build you said benefits more from Starless, Cold Barrage, or Infinite Barrage? Both, really. Just because, like, there's almost no reason not to use Starless in either one of them, actually. So, they both do. I don't know if I could say one benefits more than the other there, but they both do. Yeah, I played that whole run like quite awful. The stream is good luck. He's got triple crit and finesse amulet and triple cooldown on production on a GA Shaco. Very, very nice. Congrats. My arrows aren't hitting anything. Freaking walls. It's just such a bad map for this. I actually might like that better. So, rain of arrows, then smoke grenade. Oh no. He's doing pit. Guys, someone clip it. Lies. Yeah, I guess I never really clarified when I said I don't like pit. Well, I guess I did clarify. I said I don't like pushing pit. Like pit in general, I don't really have an issue with. Per se. Oof. Did the I'm assuming it's the fire thing that killed me. Yo, that's a long checkpoint. Jeez, dude. But it sent me back to basically the beginning. Might as well get into pit as a game revolving around it. Yeah, but I'm sure it's gonna feel a lot different though. I don't think it's gonna feel the same way. They're not gonna take just this version of the pit and then go like, yep, well, have fun with this in the expansion. I'm sure there's gonna be quite a bit of tuning based on what it was before. People, gotta remember that greater rifts weren't that much fun, nor were they considered great when they first were supposed to iterate. It took years before people actually started to like greater rifts. Hopefully, it won't take years before we get to that point here too. But if you lie to yourself enough, you start believing it to be true. That's how people start liking GRs. Ja, what's going on? So you got that new demon head unique. On Rogue with the 4 graded affix and 8%. I feel like it's way worse than Cal. On Barrage, am I right or are you wrong? Well, 8% is bad. So it's probably why you feel that way. Like the range is what? 7 to 15%? No, 5 to 15%, sorry. So 8% is bad. Like 8% is bad. I wouldn't use it at 8%. 4G. Oh, is it better 15? Yeah, because it's times 5. Think about it. Like, what's 8 times 5? 40. Right? What's 15 times 5? 75. Is 75 better than 40? Yes. A lot better, actually. Quite a bit better. But Cal's not bad, but like, at least on that build, Cal's not bad. But you do the bigger issue on, was it a Flurry? What build are you playing? How about that? Let me ask you that. Like, let's talk about the build, because I think that matters more. What build are you playing? Unlimited Barrage. Gotcha. Okay. So, wait. I don't think I have Cowl on that. No, sorry. I don't think I have Crown on that. The Lucian Helm. At least I didn't put it. At least I don't think I did on the guide. I think I have Cowl on there. So that was optional. Yeah, it is optional. But I think the biggest thing with Crown is that it's really hard to sustain your energy with Crown. I tried the Lucian Crown. It's just super hard, which is why I generally don't recommend it. However, I mean, if you can find a way to sustain it or whatever, sure. But I think Cal just makes more sense because you don't have to sit there and like spend so much on your resources to try to keep up your energy enough to be able to spam at will, in a sense. But the full min-max DPS is the new one. Like honestly, I would prefer a Crown honestly over the Cal on Infinite Barrage if energy was sustainable. Simply speaking, because Barrage generally tends to suffer more on the single target part of things. So Crown is unconditional damage, therefore technically better against bosses and the councils, whereas the Cowl the Nameless would be better like during the waves, if that makes sense, because you'll be able to, especially because of precision. So, but yeah, but you have to have a really good Crown for you to kind of like see. I'm super interested on your take on the new dagger ranger build from Nighttime Down since you updated it. Is it really a DPS loss? I feel like the new unique dagger lets me do consistent damage on smaller hitbox bosses. I ran it both with. So that's the thing. I actually did it on live stream. I ran it both ways, with dagger and without. And I was quite surprised that I did better versus the councils without the dagger than with the dagger. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the scaling of the damage per dark shroud, as well as the crit damage and the crit damage scaling of trick attacks and trick attack scaling off of precision. That makes it better to not have that dagger. I think you lose too much on regular physical barrage versus let's say Andes, where you're not giving up nearly as much because most of your damage is coming from Andes anyways. Whereas in physical barrage, I think you're giving up too much there. But I tried both ways. And I was a big advocate of shotgunning the totem and barrage all the time. I even said it, with cold barrage all day, every day. And then when I did physical barrage, I did it and I was like, I got to find a better, way to get some single target damage. And I did several runs with the dagger and then several runs without. And for whatever strange reason, single target, it was better without the dagger. And I was like, wow, okay, well, just won't do the dagger then. It's not for the damage increase. It's more so of how fast you can kill. It's not about the 20% at all whatsoever, because that doesn't do anything. You don't care about that. You care about the ricochet part of it. But even with that, is what I'm saying, I was able to down the councils faster without the dagger than with the dagger. Same thing with torment bosses. And again, I don't know why that was the case, other than the fact that maybe you're just missing out too much on your multipliers from a regular sword versus, and it probably has a lot to do with trick attacks, to be honest with you, but and precision, whatever. But yeah, like I said, I did it on live stream. It wasn't like I just said screw the totem, I don't like it anymore. Like I legit did it on live stream, and I was like, I don't know why. I'm confused as to why this is better. Doing no dagger. Like I was legit confused why no dagger was better on single target. But I didn't question it. Like the results happened the way it did, and I was like, all right, well, no dagger it is. Now, if you want to use dagger, it's completely up to you. Like you do not have to sit there and follow it to a T. So if you prefer the dagger, do the dagger for sure. It's just that my results show that the no dagger was better for whatever strange reason. So maybe I can list it as optional, I guess, for those who might still want to do it. It feels weird not being optimal. I mean, I get you. I mean, as a guide writer, I mean, I'm responsible for suggesting the best for whoever's playing said build. So it's not like I'm purposely trying to gimp someone by telling them to not do dagger, right? But yeah. Yeah, I mean, try it. Honestly, try it. If you have a really good sword or whatever, just regular legendary sword with whatever aspect you would normally put on it for DPS. Try some runs with, try some runs without. Yeah, I streamed earlier in the day yesterday because of the campfire stream, so that's why I didn't stream at night as well. But on Andy's rogue, it's better to have it. Well, it makes more sense there because you lose less. You lose a lot less on Andy's by not having legendary sword or dagger or whatever. Is Andy's considered the best build? We would say it's the best overall build for Rogue. Like in terms of like if you want to say like a build that's like good at doing legit everything on the Rogue, Andy's is pretty much considered that. You ever get some sleep? Well, according to Nom Noms, I wasn't on last night, so yeah. No, I'm kidding. That's what you. What's your opinion on a new 2.0 Victimize? Hard to say until I play it. It's based on weapon damage now, according to the patch notes. We'll see what that really means. That doesn't sound good. And there's no mentions on whether or not they actually fixed the bugs associated with Victimize. So that's another problem. So we'll see. Sounds like I'll double jump because it's weapon damage. I mean, we'll see. That's what I say. I'm a little bit reserved about it, but you know, I guess we'll see. It'll be really weird to kind of go into the expansion and it still doesn't work properly. Shamish, what's going on? Finally came around to Heartseeker Rogan, and even I did see you shred with it on stream. I'm still surprised how well it works. Thanks for the guys. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I was on Ryko's stream earlier today, and apparently Ryko's been playing mostly my builds. Speaking of Ryker,
yo, dark side,
legit,
we just got raided,
I legit was talking about Ryker in the middle of that.
Drop my new beat for these.
That's
new
what happens,
viewers.
I guess.
Sheezy,
out. What timing on that?
My stream with 257 views.
Bro, the timing could not have been any better. I legit was I just mentioned your name like not even like 5 seconds. Talking about what was it? Something about a build or something like that. I was like, yeah, like because Shamish was playing Heartseeker. I was like, yeah, I was on Ryker's stream earlier, and like he was playing Heartseeker, and then Ryker raids. Just could not have planned that any better. What is going on, y'all? Welcome to the stream. We are, for the most part, just chillaxing. We're not doing too much of anything. Probably just talking about the expansion and stuff like that. You know, what we think about it, those kind of things. Feel free to chime on in. Who is it? Expansion isn't the new season. Yeah, it is. It is. So the expansion and season 6 drop at the exact same time. So we don't even know what the season theme is. So we're getting all this information about what's going on with the game, right? And we don't even know what the theme is yet. So like we're just hyped about all the stuff we are hearing about, and we don't even know what the theme is going to be. But to say it's price for the expansion, yeah, $39. Which is a far cry from the person or people who trolled YouTube basically for like a whole 2 or 3 months about a $99.99 price tag. I always thought that was kind of silly. Like when it came out, like yeah, so when it came out, when the news came out, about, oh, they're gonna charge $100 for expansion. Of course, everyone people were covering it. Asmongold did his normal thing about it, you know, and like people were just kind of went nuts and said, oh my god, you know, Blizzard's really charging that, they're out of their minds and stuff. And my thought was the only evidence they had was a poorly photoshopped table, like of like, you know, like it wasn't even like good, like it was like fuzzy and stuff like that. I'm like, this is the only thing you saw. This is the only little like shred of like possibility that this could be a thing. And my thought is this: humor me, internet. Humor me real quick, right? How is it that people are able to hack Sony and Microsoft and reveal like years of plans, like years of what they're gonna do? Oh, you know, there's this whole pipeline of stuff. But you're trying to tell me that the only thing that we got in terms of evidence, quote unquote, is a poorly photoshopped table? That's it? The hackers couldn't do any better than that? What happened to them? Were they on vacation or something? Or what? Are they like, what, did we just get stuck with like entry levels or like intern hackers or something? Like, how is it that we don't have more information than just that one table? That one poorly fuzzy looking table. But yet we can hack Sony and Microsoft for days all the time and release their entire 2 years of plans, but all we got is a table? No one thought that was a red flag? Like, not us, you know, people just thought that, oh, yo, look at this really fuzzy table. That must mean that Blizzard is going to charge $100 for expansion. Even though we have no prior anythings of Blizzard ever charging that much for an expansion for a Diablo game ever. None. Zero. But we believe that fuzzy table because one dude said it on YouTube. That is the internet, y'all. And I'm like, bro, this ain't no way. Ain't no way. Like I said, either that table obviously was just, you know, fabricated, or literally the hackers just went on vacation. Like the actual real hackers, like the ones that actually hacked Sony and Microsoft, they're just like, you know what? We're done, bro. We're done. You know, we did our job. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I think it's time for a good vacation right now. You know, maybe all the good hackers went on vacation. That's why we don't have more information about it. But no one decided, like, did people really not decide to question that? And I was telling people, I'm like, ain't no way it's gonna be more than $39.99. Like $39.99 is a fair price. And guess what? It ended up being $39.99. And I was like, see? But whoever decided to Photoshop that poorly designed table ended up riling up the entire internet. Why? Because Diablo IV was not in a good space. So people will believe anything. Believe anything you tell them. Because D4 bad was the meta. And maybe I missed out. Maybe I should have fabricated some, like, you know, some graph or, you know, on like, you know, Paint or something, and then said some random stuff and people would have, like, you know, maybe given me hundreds of thousands of views, right? Maybe I missed out. Like that was my time to shine. And I think I missed it. Also, by the way, we are playing Heartseeker, by the way. This is the DICE tryhard Seeker, though. I see that fuzzy pick rustle your feathers a little bit. I'm just saying, I just thought it was really, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm critical of Blizzard too. Like, I say things, you know, when they need to be criticized, you know, I'm real with it. Like I say it like it is. But there are some times where people will just legit believe anything without any rhyme or reasoning, you know, as long as it sounds like something they would do. Right. Has anyone got a chance to play a new class? I did. I was flown to California to play Spiritborn back in July. Several others too as well. We'll do this one. There's also a survey about what price would you expect from this expansion and what stuff transmog should be included. So I probably won't deny that there may not have been a survey out in terms of what the price of the expansion should be. It's probably one of those things that doesn't really seem to really make any sense from a business standpoint. Why would I ask what a price should be? Why would I ask the consumers what you know, like that? Like, hell, my price would be free. Forget that, man. You're asking me what's a fair price for all those things? Free. Why wouldn't I want to be free? Obviously, it wouldn't be free, but like, if I had a choice, if you're asking me to choose, I'm gonna choose free. What you talking about? That does not help. That does not help their case. Why would I purposely want to pay more money than I have to? So if you're telling me, if you're legit asking me as a consumer, you know, what would be a fair price? Well, the fair price would be free. As a consumer, I'm just saying, if you're going to ask me, obviously that's not, you know, that's not what they're gonna do, obviously. But don't ask me to. Don't ask me stupid questions, Jen. I'm just I'm just saying. Which is why, again, I really don't think, you know, I'm for sure a survey did go out, but some of those questions were definitely fabricated. Find out what options sells and what options wouldn't. But I think at this point, though, honestly, Shamish, at this point, like, how would they not know that already? They're not a new company. Blizzard isn't a new company. Microsoft isn't a new company. You know, Diablo's been around for a while. They pretty much know. You have to, like, I mean, aren't there algorithms for this kind of thing, you know, data for this kind of thing? I mean, we are in the business of EV charging. Yeah. I mean, I just think that that's a, yeah. However, I do think that my answer would still be the same. I'm not gonna pay more than what I would want to pay for said thing. I mean, sure, you might get some honest answers, but I'm gonna give you my realistic answer of that answer, and that's, if I had a choice will always be what's the most beneficial to me as a consumer, which would be free. Even though obviously that's not an option, but you asked. I have like no health left. You know, order comfort food. There's a such thing as free. Well, I mean, that's true, Gromaz. I mean, that's fair. Survey will get you those exact price points with a method called discrete choice experiment. So hypothetically, obviously this would never happen, but hypothetically, what if everyone said free? What would your company do then? Hypothetically. Make it pay the way. Oh man. Well, here's your EV, right? But if you want it to drive, you need to pay this amount of money per month. If you want tires, you gotta pay this. You gotta charge for the accessories, right? But the EV itself is free. Pay 50 cents for 1 minute. You don't get the free option to choose the printer model. That's very true. Printers are like that nowadays too, right? What applies chill in Andy's barrage build to proc Fidget Finesse? Fist of Fate, yes. It does. Yeah, but I guess in the case of Blizzard though, they've been doing it for so long that a survey like that, a first of its kind, seems quite odd, considering the experience of the company and knowing your demographic for the most part, because you've been doing this for a long time. It just seems like a not worthwhile survey, a worthwhile thing to ask. Or some of those things are not really worthwhile to ask, considering your audience that you know, in a sense. I feel like that's something that, you know, if you're like a startup or you're kind of newer, or, you know, you're trying to fill out what you think the competition is really doing or whatnot, that seems more worthwhile to me. Another demographic, because they're doing such surveys. If so, then it's like the first time we've kind of heard about this type of survey before. Where was the outrage before? And why was this the first time we've ever have had an outrage of this magnitude? Not saying they haven't been doing surveys like this before, but like if this was a common thing, I'm sure someone would have made, you know, a pretty nice chunk of change, you know, trolling about it on YouTube many times ago. And we would see this every expansion, right? Every expansion, every new game, everything. Somebody would come out and say, and, you know, create a graph and table or whatnot and complain about the very thing, right? I mean, hell, I mean, if this was a common occurrence, you know, you can probably make a YouTube channel out of it. And do pretty well, like just off of just surveys. How dare, you know, this company says that, you know, they're asking me if this and such is okay. How dare they, right? Imagine that, like, you know, you can be the, I don't know. I'm sure you can make a channel out of that, I'm sure. But I get what you're saying, Shamis. I know I'm just kind of being cheeky or whatnot, but I get what you're saying. Also, Endeavor, are you there? I know you was there, but are you still there? Yeah, you hyped for the expansion? I'm hyped for the expansion more so because I've never really seen them fail at an expansion for Diablo games. So they have a 100% track record of being good. So like, I have no reason to believe that it would not be good based on their history. Like, they've always been pretty mediocre, maybe terrible at releasing a Diablo game, but then they've always had a banger expansion that either makes the game good or makes the game legendary. Shoots. Bracket, what's going on? Did I like the fire camp? I did. They did take a lot of inspiration from Diablo 3 though, and that was very telling. Granted, they did take the good things from Diablo 3, but there's a lot of Diablo 3 emphasis when it comes to both 2 and 3, mainly 3. The only thing they really took from 2 is the runes, which obviously is, you know, one of the people's favorite features, right? But it was definitely the majority 3. No sets. I was actually happy to not see sets. I think what they ended up doing was, instead of doing sets, they did runes instead to you know, augment your power, and I think that was a much better choice. I honestly think I'm just in the PoE2 rating room, but we'll see. You don't think the expansion will be good, Jigsaw? If you said Record 3000 in mirror, he raised your stream. Yeah, I really don't like this close quarters play style. Hoping Victimize is working properly. We'll see, man. I prefer Victimize, honestly, myself. I think it's very good, although I'm not sure about the other difficulty choices. I think it's a way to be able to create meaningful difficulty throughout your progression. I think that's what they're trying to do. Whether it works out or not, we'll see. But yeah. Shamish is like D2 Lords of Destruction was the best expansion in gaming history. I would down to say. Am I excited for Dagger Strafe? You mean God 6 Demon Hunter? Cold Clip back? Well, Cold Clip never left. Cold Clip has been popular since the beginning of the season. You play him at Andy's Rogue from Maxroll? I don't have an Andy's Rogue. Or I put this way, I didn't write the Andy's Guide on Maxroll. That was Mippy. You got a Doombringer. What are the pros and cons of replacing the Doombringer? Well, that's the case. The pros and cons is kind of the same for every build. You put the Doombringer on, you gain a lot of toughness. What you lose is, in most cases than not, damage. So you'll lose quite a bit of damage, but you'll gain a lot of toughness. So that's generally the trade-off. The biggest thing with Andy's though is just you got to make sure that whatever it is that's on that dagger or whatever, or sword, dagger or sword, probably dagger, pretty sure, that it doesn't affect anything important like a breakpoint or so, or breakpoints or so, which it probably shouldn't. But you will be missing the aspect there, so you got to be careful with that. But like I said, you gain a bunch of toughness, but you lose damage. So I think the thing is, when anyone mentions Doombringer in general in any builds, that's the trade-off. Had perfectly rolled entire Asher Ring. The game is just trolling you now. The game knows what you want, and it tries to give you the exact opposite. Okay, let me not mess up my rotations here. Turn down for what? Just meant in your build? No, I've always had Cold Clip. Always had Cold Clip in my build. It never left. You wish you could find the Andes? You really like my build, guys, by the way? Thank you. Let's see. Expansion is going to be interesting, I guess. Because I think the core of a lot of builds will remain pretty similar. But like the little details will definitely change. How we go about it will definitely change. Demon, what's going on? You don't know what a breakpoint is? You have so much to learn from understanding builds. So I guess my question is, Rob, you have a Doombringer. Ask me or tell me this: why do you want to slot the Doombringer, or what do you think the Doombringer would give to slot it? Because you're asking me you said you got a Doombringer, right? What do you feel the Doombringer would do for your build? Is it one of those things where I got a super awesome purple mythic unique, and I want to find some way to fit it in because it's a rare item? Or is there something on it that you feel honestly that you think would benefit the build? And Martyr is my on Heartseeker? Not on my version. I assume it brought more damage. Well, that's the misconception, because the name of the item is Doombringer, so you would assume it would bring the doom, but it really is like a doom taker. It takes a lot of doom, and like, it makes you tough, like real tough. So you're tanky, but you do lose damage in the process. I just wanted to take a risk and make D4 something new and different, not just regurgitation. I get what you're saying, Jigsaw. I do. I totally do. I kind of felt that way towards the beginning of the game. That for sure. Blizzard even took a page out of PoE's book and made a Paragon board. I don't think that PoE was the first one to do a Paragon board. So I don't know if we want to pay homage to, to PoE. I remember a lot of people were saying something about like Masterwork and something like that coming straight from Last Epoch. Blizzard took that and like, no, Last Epoch wasn't the first one to do it either. I know it's recency bias, but yeah. But I also wouldn't say that they embarrassed the AAA company either. It's just two different games designed for two different audiences, and so PoE did it really well catering to a more hardcore audience. And they have done a really good job of maintaining that hardcore audience. And given the fact that they were indie and was able to pretty much corner that market is a testament to how good they are. Doesn't mean that they embarrass everyone else. Just means that they came in, they saw a market that wasn't captured, and they took it. And now they're thriving because of it. And now smart decisions. If only one mythic for rogue, which one? Probably Terios might. Unless you're playing Andes, then you do Andes because then you can't play Andes without Endario. So you cleared T8 with 2 Doombringer with your Barrage build. Makes up for lack of. You said lack of skill. First time playing rogue. All good, man. If it works for you, it works for you. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with Doombringer. I just want to be honest with people. It's like, you know, it's a trade-off. What you're getting with the Doombringer is a trade-off. And if you're willing to make that sacrifice for what you're gaining, then sure, why not? Go for it. Like, nothing wrong with it. Right? Like, nothing wrong with it at all. Final Fantasy 12 had a similar system to what PoE has in place when you think about it. Yeah, I mean, people, there are always people that there are like gaming companies take inspiration from different games all the time. Usually older games usually has, you know, I'm not saying that there isn't room for being creative at the moment, but like generally speaking, you're gonna take inspiration from older whatever. I mean, hell, it's everywhere. It's in the movie industry, it's in the music industry. There's a lot of like kind of going back and figuring out like who did what and why did that work, and you kind of apply it. Now, I do feel that, you know, they really could have, like, I wish they would have like really ventured off away from D2 and D3 period, honestly, personally. But yeah, so they saw it as a good thing and used it. But my thing is that why do you think that that's where they came from? Why do you think that that's where it came from? I think there's a lot of like tone in, you know, look at what PoE is doing versus, oh, maybe they saw this inspiration from here and took it from here. You just automatically assume that they got it from their competitor. When that system was done before them and quite a few other games. Hell, did you even know that D2 skill tree actually didn't, you know, wasn't an original idea? People people thought that was like, you know, D2 skill tree was like, you know, legendary, right? You know where it came from? So it's a little trivia. Skill trees. No, but I'm saying the way that D2 did their skill tree, where did it come from? What was their inspiration? Was it original, the way they did it, or where did it come from? Ultima? Nah. It wasn't Ultima. Good guess though, but it wasn't Ultima. Very good guess though. Like, that's a very good guess. It came from StarCraft. Legit. It came from StarCraft. If you look at StarCraft's build tree and you look at D2 skill tree, it's almost a 1-to-1 carbon copy. Yeah, you just kind of like, it's funny because like you don't really think about it, and then you look at it and you're like, oh hot damn, that really is the same thing. But it worked. It worked. I mean, and granted, obviously StarCraft was a strategy game, right? But you know, actually, you know, RTR, you know, real-time strategy game. But it worked. They saw that and it's like, hey, we can probably use this here, right? But yeah, I mean, granted, yeah, like I said, I do wish they could have ventured out more than just some pretty obvious Diablo 3 systems or whatnot. But I mean, what they took or what they're taking from D3 are the good things about D3, like the later stages of D3, which I don't have a problem with because I do like those things. But like when we start getting to like the rogue skills, like I know people really love the like dancing blaze skill for rogue. But as someone who's played a lot of D3, man, like don't get me wrong, it's cool, but it's like, man, I played God Demon Hunter for so long, so many seasons in D3, man. It's like, and now I'm kind of getting that same thing somewhat back in, you know, like. I'm sure it was gonna be cool, but like it doesn't really hit the dopamine receptors because it's something I've already done for years. You could play other builds. You mean like other than what? The blade thingy? Well, yeah, I can play other builds, but I think the point is the point of the conversation is this: is like if you're creating something new, right? Going to Jigsaw's point in a sense, taking more of a risk to kind of like create something different that hasn't been done before in a sense, versus kind of a carbon copy of what has been done. That's all I'm saying. Of course I can play different builds. You're right. But I don't think that was the point that I was making there. They will add more stuff in the future, maybe. Well, yeah, of course. With every expansion comes something different. So they have a few expansions set out for Diablo 4. So I'm sure we'll see another new rogue skill at some point in the future. So I guess that's all I'm saying. You know, but I mean, as a rogue player, you know, that was the only new skill, right? Like so, like with every class, like every class got a new skill, right? Familiar is also not new for sorcerer. You know, that was back in, you know, we saw that in D3 with the wizard, right? Cool, don't get me wrong, but that was, you know. D3, the amount was the same. He said off-screen AoE. Talking about M6. Oh, whoops. Although I do, so like the Spiritborn was definitely like a bold decision, right? That was a bold decision. I think them stepping out and doing that was actually kind of cool, despite the fact that if everyone wanted a paladin. So I guess it's kind of somewhat difficult to, I'm gonna say difficult to complain or anything like that, but you saw the amount of complaints that the Spiritborn wasn't a paladin, but at the same time, we also want them to not, you know, bring stuff from previous games at the same time, right? So like, I guess they did take a risk on that front, but and then of course the other front was more of so of like borrow from other from previous games. I'm running your rogue build. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Struggling on T7, season 5, Heartseeker full-ish. You did it with Penitent Greaves. Well, if you're running Penitent Greaves, are you capped out on your resistances though? Because if you're running with, well, I guess you have Tyrio's Might, don't you? But yeah, you should be fine. Are you dying a lot in T7, or you just struggling to kill things in T7? All right, Shamish, you have a good one, man. What mythic would be a first choice in the Barrage Rogue? Tyrio's Might. The Tyrio's Might is generally the first choice for a lot of rogue builds, except for Andy's rogue, because you need the, you need that mythic for that to work. Mainly just because toughness is always, kind of a bitch on rogue, basically. So Tyrio's Might just kind of does it all for you. Starless is good, but I don't think Starless makes as big of a difference as Tyrio's Might does, as a starter, as a first mythic. Unless you have a really good chest, like if you have a really good, like, GA Dark Shroud chest or something, then you can probably hold off and get the Starless first. But most people don't, because like most people who are probably, getting their first mythic probably don't have a chest that good yet. Like a regular chest that good yet. Spiritborn is like Airbender Rogue. You do? One of them is Dark Shroud? Oh. Well then, yeah. Well, I mean, you can go Starless Skies first then if you want. Just make sure that you're capped on your resistances though. And then you're good. You're good to go. It's kind of funny though. After playing this variation for a while, the no Tyrio's Might variation, I actually don't really miss it on this rogue. Thought there's a Seeker? This is Seeker, Heartseeker. I'm getting like about to get overwhelmed. Here you are, so lobbing shots from rapid fire. I actually did put together I built my rapid fire rogue back on like a different rogue in general. And then I experimented some more on Heartseeker. And decided to do a no Tyrios Might Heartseeker. And now I'm kind of back playing some Heartseeker again. It's like I originally planned on playing some more rapid fire rogue, and then I don't know what it is about Heartseeker. Especially this like version, this variant now. That's just so much fun to play with. I know it's like these shadow and beam explosions are also very satisfying. So I know that has, you know, that has partially to do with it, but more melee classes would be cool. I think we don't have many. I mean, we do, but they all tend to turn in the range. I actually think it's the opposite way. Legendaries. I think it's the opposite. Most range builds end up becoming melee builds. You can see this on Rogue especially. Mainly because of the whole cheap shot legendary aspect. Sorry, cheap shot legendary node. Rewards you for being close, whereas you're never rewarded for being distance. Hell, I'm playing with close quarters combat on Heartseeker. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're never really, all road builds are never really ranged. And siphoning strikes needs to work for all skills. Yeah, the fact that it only works when you're close is also another like weird. I don't say weird thing, but you know. And Rogue is not an archer. The way the gameplay is currently just doesn't reward you for playing at a distance. In fact, it tends to punish you more than anything else. Well, I've been messing up my rotations like all night. Oh man, and this dude pushed me. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, I haven't hit not a single good rotation on these guys all night. There you go. Because usually stagger them real quick, then you know. One stagger them, and then that's it. Sorry, switching back and forth remote playing. Chess has 2 GA. Yeah. Well, then use that chest then. You can probably craft the Starless first. Doesn't matter when we have builds this season, just wipe the screen. Nate Play Games, appreciate the follow. Also appreciate the follow. I think I guess saying like there should be like it is difficult to play ranged in general. Like in the way the game is designed, it's hard to actually play range, and then you're not rewarded for trying to do so. Other than like interesting cases where it's like, well, I want to get hit less, kind of, sort of, but doing so usually hurts your efficiency because you're either having to backtrack with the way the game is designed. Like let's say Pit, if for example, you're having to backtrack more so than anything else, unless maybe you can kind of drag, if maybe. But you're definitely more rewarded for being able to kind of stay up close and do the thing. And I just find it interesting that that's the case, considering that being up close is usually more of a gear check than it is a skill thing. Whereas trying to play at a distance or trying not to get hit is harder to do, but you're not rewarded at all for doing it. But I do kind of get the sentiment of, you know, if you make range too good, or you give too much of a incentive to play range, then that could be OP because you already technically are getting hit less. So I kind of get why they have a hard time trying to balance that, but I don't know. I feel like Diablo games in general is one genre that tends to struggle with having true range builds. Like I look at PoE, you look at Last Epoch, like you actually have some true actual range builds that are actual range builds, right? D3 and D4 especially kind of struggle on that aspect. Spooky with the follow, appreciate you. Anyone else getting crazy lag and ping spikes? I haven't yet. The one thing I will say I haven't really solved, I think Crafty was actually kind of having a similar issue, is, man, without the Tyrael's Might, any dot effect is just so bad. Like, it hurts so much. And I have rugged. Like, I actually have rugged. 3 points into rugged. So it's not like I don't have that. Even with it, man, if I don't get my barrier up, I'm like dead. Thanks for the Heartseeker guy. I really enjoy the tactical nature of the build over the button mashing of others. This has made this enjoyable. I agree. I appreciate the comments. Jeez, that dot, man. That hurt. That hurt. Oh wow, that was a really bad smoke grenade. Clip is bug for you. I've heard people talk about it, but I've never been able to replicate it myself. Like I've heard at least 7 or 8 different people that have said that, So I know people are experiencing it, but I don't know what's causing it for them. How are you, Jamie? You have a good one. How the bat random arrows. Shot. Maybe convert impetus to give you damage based on how far you're away from the enemy. I actually would like that a lot. Actually, like I would like that a lot. Like a lot. I was calling you earlier, Endeavor. About an hour ago. I'm sure you're about to go to bed now, though, right? Now you're good. You got nothing to do. Did you ever get your Tyrion's Might, by the way? How many sparks away are you from crafting a mythic unique? If you're 2 sparks, how'd you get your first 2 sparks? Or which activity did you do to get your first 2? Or do you remember? Oof. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, I made it out. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Lilith is one more. Change to final set of Heartseeker and completed T7 with ease now, though I'm definitely not doing the damage yours is doing. Wondering if if I should go back to Lazy Andy's Barrage. Well, if you just got the build together, then yeah, you're probably not gonna do the damage that I'm doing. I've been tailoring this thing for weeks now. So But yeah, the rotations are important on Heartseeker. Generally, you know, the concept is simple. Spam Heartseeker, right? But you have so many different like avenues of buffs that if you really want your damage to skyrocket, you have to take advantage of. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that like people have to also understand too as well. Like, you know, I because I've been doing this for a while, I know, like, I usually hit my rotations correctly. Usually, I'll put it that way. Not always, but usually I usually hit them correctly. But it's like, you know, watching like Steph Curry in the gym, you know, shooting his 3-pointers, right? And like, you know, he's like, all right, well, he's using these shoes, right? He's got this Under Armour stuff, you know. I got the Under Armour stuff just like he got. I got the shoes like just like he got. I've been practicing the form just like he, you know, that he has, right? You know, you're not gonna be as accurate of hitting your 3-pointers as Steph Curry, who's been doing it for as long as he's been doing it, if you just started doing it. Even if you do have similar gear that he has, there's just an experience part of it that, you know, the finesse, the accuracy, the consistency, the, you know, there's a lot that comes with it. You're just not gonna get this. You're not gonna have the same exact results of someone who's been doing it for a while. It's not one of those things. Now I know, like on some builds, you probably could do that, right? If, like, I can't really name any builds off the top of my head, but like there are some builds where that is the case. On rogue, though, is generally not like that. Like, you can do good, don't get me wrong, but you're not gonna, like, you know, if you build your Andy's Barrage, you're probably not gonna get the output that Mippy does. Like initially, like if you just put it together, you're not gonna get the numbers that he does. Because, well, you know, he's been doing it for, you know, longer than most people who just put it together. You know, or Sanctum, you know, or those guys. Like, I mean, they you know. This isn't to say that, like, you know, anything's wrong with what you're doing. I'm just saying, like, you know, if you were putting up numbers that I'm putting up, and you built yours in a day, then I must be doing something terribly wrong. Who's Steph Curry? Right. Got a lot of words just to say get good scrub. That's not what I'm saying. It's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm just. Appreciate the follow. Well, Endeavor, since you're up, let's do some boss runs. See if we can try to get you at least one more spark or a mythic you need to drop. And then carry you through Lilith. Bro, that dot killed me. What pick can Heartseeker clear? I'm sure between 145 and 150 ish. between that area. Are you planning on going for a 145 and 150, sir? If so, may the RNG guys be in your favor. You said you're taking this Andy's upheaval dot build. I am interested in upheaval. Believe it or not, that's like the only barb skill I actually kind of like. Gosh, they always get out of my rotations every time. Stop moving and get out the corner. Play nice. How do you get the amulet for the build? The same way you get amulets for any other build. Like, there are no like special places you farm for different builds for a different amulet or for an amulet. It legit, like, I don't have the amulet for the build. I have a good amulet, but it's not all the passes I would want specifically. I never get the perfect amulet. Most people don't. But I have to list obviously the best option because people are gonna, for you to strive for. But if you look down into the facts section, let me relog Endeavor. If you look into the facts section, I'll give you a list of different types of passives and stats you can use. Yeah, I don't think there's really any must-haves on the amulets per se. It's just whatever you can get. Like the build will perform no matter what stat you have on the amulet. I guess will perform better, obviously, with specific passives. Like what fixes would make it work? Well, like I said, you can literally run with a yellow amulet. Actually, no, you can't. I wouldn't do that. No. You can run with absolutely crappy fixes on the amulet. Just as long as you have adaptability, you're fine. The passives don't make the build work. That's what I'm trying to say. So when you say make the build work, I don't want to sit there and say you must have this, otherwise the build doesn't work. Because then people are going to hear that and be like, oh, wait, I don't have that passive. Doesn't mean the build doesn't work. I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. Generally speaking, the better options of passives you have, the more damage you deal. That's it. So, for instance, Frigid Finesse would be number one. So Frigid Finesse, Unstable elixirs, malice, weapon mastery, exploit are the top 5. Well, no, sorry. Dex percent. GA percent dex is number 5. Number 6 would be exploit. And then from there, whatever else you can get. I mean, crit chance is okay. Attack speed is okay if you can get to another breakpoint. And you got like 8 choices basically, roughly. Oh, Mullet. I recognize that name. I saw you in the D4 Maxroll feedback channel. Was that you? That's the question. Is unstable elixir more important than frigid finesse? Well, when you say more important, I'm about to relog because the game party bug thing. I mean, frigid finesse is probably the best passive on a lot of builds, a lot of rogue builds this season. So frigid finesse would be number 1. But I mean, but unstable elixirs would be like number 2. But I mean, I don't think it's one of those things where it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, I got unstable elixirs instead of frigid finesse, my build no longer works. It's not that. It's not that big of a difference. Do I spam pause for unstable? Nope. I sure don't. Now, when it comes to bosses, I do use it in rotation. So like I have a rotation that I do in which I do use a pot in that rotation. But like in the general battle, or like, you know, let's say the waves or whatever, and Infernal Hordes, I don't just spam pots just to keep the offensive buff up. Like I only use pots when I need it. When I need it, I get, you know, a little bit of damage buff, which helps. New here, quick question. What would be the difference between plus damage versus dex for stats? Plus damage percent is a horrible stat. Don't ever take it. At the end game, I put it that way. Like later on, you don't ever want it. Dex will always be better in that sense. Always. I found a homeless version of a good amulet. 6.7% dex, 1 malice, 1 unstable. Hey, I mean that works. All right, guys, I have one more spot for some Torment boss running. The idea is to get my brother his Tyrael's Might. So who wants to join in and help with the cause? NYT. All right. What's your battle tag? The percent damage is a scaling dot damage. Yeah, but then you also have damage over time, which is just a better stat. So even if percent damage does scale dots, you generally speaking want damage over time over that anyways. So very little reason to ever take the percent damage if there are other choices. And my man, when did they change Advanced Flurry? It no longer stuns enemies when invaded to him. They changed it this season. Like, it's been that way since the beginning of the season 5. Flurry is actually considerably better than what it was. Trust me, season 5 Flurry is way better than like season anything Flurry. What up? What up, GMAC? Am I doing? I got commercials. You're showing your age. The fact that you said commercials. Y'all know youngins don't know what a commercial is. That's like an old term. It's like blockbuster video. All right, NYC T. I sent your request. You still got your gold card from Blockbuster Video? Better keep that, man. That might be worth a lot. One day. It's probably worth something now, because, like, just saying. Look in the chat, Endeavor. Look in the chat real quick. Shoot is trying to tell you, or trying to show you something. Remember, we had a box of the book list for the games that we were rent from. Yeah. Just build the top one you think or just my favorite. I would say is my favorite. A top is kind of hard to define because it depends on the content. Like if we're talking about pits, rapid fire is technically the top. Well, the top. You're looking at Infernal Hordes. Andy's is the build you kind of want for Infernal Hordes. Heartseeker kind of falls like in the middle of both of them, but rapid fire and Andy's are swapped, I guess, for the content that you're doing. But I mean, rapid fire, Andy's, Heartseeker are your top 3 rogue builds for the season. They're all 3 very powerful. It's just a matter of how do you want to do it. Yeah, all 3 play different, like way differently too. So okay, I'm lost because all websites still show previous info for advanced Flurry. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. If you go to Maxroll, it should definitely have the updated stuff. For all your initial D and maximum tune ID cards. Okay. What do you want to go first, Shoots? Are we doing I guess we can do Andariel. Since you said you had mass for Andariel. Yeah. I mean at this point it's really like on Rogue. I know you don't really have the luxury or as much of a luxury on other classes, but legit, seriously, like when it comes to Rogue, I mean, legit, mostly just play what you want to play, sort of. There's so many good builds that you won't be disappointed. I remember my parents' cassette tapes and trying to fix them with the pencil. Yes. Well, pencil was like the way to rewind a cassette tape, right? I mean, why else would you use pencils? What other purpose did they really serve? Pretty sure I use them on more on cassette tapes than anything else. I think I use well, like the wooden pencils, right? Like I would use like a mechanical pencil when I was in school, though. Yeah, was it like the 0.5 millimeter pencils, like mechanical pencils, or like the 0.7 millimeters or whatever? The 0.5 millimeter felt really good though. Like it was like accurate, you know what I'm saying? I'm coming shoots, my bad. What are your thoughts about the expansion? Too many changes? I wouldn't say it's too many changes. I think all the changes that they're doing are necessary. Like they're good for the game. How they actually play out, I guess we will see in a week. Manual, what's going on? Manual retriever. D Shaco built on Heartseeker is final. Yeah. You think it's a little too much for a single update? Really? For an expansion? You think that's too many changes for an expansion? I mean, we're talking about an expansion, not like if we're talking about like for a season, I can agree with you. We're talking about for an expansion, like you know something you pay for. Practice? Are we talking about practice? That did sound like that. You're right. You're right. It did sound like Allen Iverson. Oh man. I do want to sell though after each run. So sell. Like salvage real quick. I do need my my stuffs. That did really sound like that though. Dre, Warner, what's going on? Yeah, it did sound like that. It did. No, but I think yeah. I mean, for an expansion, it's to be expected. Like the game needs to feel fresh, and you need to, you know, make it like it's your opportunity to kind of like make bigger changes, like bigger broad sweeping changes that you normally won't be able to do in just like a season kind of thing, because you can't really justify it changing the game that much, but you can for like an expansion. What made you change to Shaco? Well, all of my changes are listed in the change log of the guide. So like if I make any updates to a build, it's always in the change log in terms of why I made the changes. But to put it short, biggest feedback I got was it was hard to maintain energy, you know, without just slotting the beast fall boost or whatever. And people said they felt like they were like a little too squishy. So I feel like the Shaco kind of, you know, mostly solves the squishy part of things because, well, you know, more damage reduction, extra range of Dark Shroud. Can't really beat that. And then energy issues are solved mostly by the Starless Skies. But with the Starless Skies usually means that you have a harder time getting your ultimate off cooldown. But because the Shaco has a lot of cooldown reduction, then you kind of offset that. So it just kind of made sense to put both of those back into the build. So you're running out of juice really fast, but just you're just level 73. Yeah. So if you find a pair of Beastfall boots, or if you have a pair of Beastfall boots from like a different character or something, wear those. Or honestly, just use Inner Sight for now. You can use Inner Sight specialization. Since you're leveling, you don't really need to really be able to get your ultimate off a cooldown like that quickly. I got a 4GA nameless. I'm not switching. So the unfortunate part about that is that only 2 of the 4GAs really matter on that nameless. The other 2 are like literally useless. But I feel you though. That's a really, I know, but it looks good. That's fair. That's fair.
Not in town.
Love this song, by the way.
Not in town.
How highly should you prioritize dot rolls on Andy's Barrage versus attack speed and lucky hit dex? I can't tell you that because I don't know what you already have versus what you don't have, and therefore you're gonna have to refer to the guide on Maxroll for how much more you need.
Not in town.
Nah, single mythic with the quad GAs uses. Wait, who said that?
I'm not ready yet.
You're way capped on attack speed, but dex and dot seems to be bottomless stats. Yep, sounds about right. I guess it's just better to, according to what you have and what you don't have, it's just better to look at what you got, refer to the guide, see where you're at in that. $203% lucky hit chance. What? How? Fist of Fate. GA on the lucky hit. On the Fist of Fate. That is how. And then triple master word that. That is where most of your lucky hit comes from.
I can fix it.
Very, very Barbie. What's going on? So that's like almost impossible, dumb expensive. I wouldn't say it's impossible. But you do have to farm Beast in the Ice quite a bit though. Now, if you want to trade for one, obviously that's very expensive, yes. But if you want to just farm, if you just want to like if you need mythic uniques, Imurf, like if you need mythic uniques as well, then just farm Beast in the Ice. Like get Master Beast in the Ice. Master Beast in the Ice are actually easy because it's just Nightmare Dungeon farming, which is really easy in a sense. But yeah, just farm Beast in the Ice, Torment Beast in the Ice, and you have, it's a, there's a chance. Is Crown still bug? Yes. Well, yes. But it's not like it's bug with certain interactions. So I guess it depends on what you're playing and or whatever, on whether or not it matters for your end. Like for instance, I use Crown on the Flurry setup because there's nothing on the Flurry setup that that affects or that the bug affects or whatever. I switched to the build to your new trial and it's awesome, to be honest. Well, yeah, it's basically like the full DPS setup. The emeralds, the extra 25% multiplier, whatever. I mean, you feel that damage increase for sure. But there is some moving around you got to do. Get the phase balls to farm for that 0.1% chances. I don't know, like a GA item is what? A 1 in 10, roughly? Right? So 10% chance that Fist of Fate that drops would be a GA. And then you got four things that can be GA. And I guess, yeah. It is a pretty low pretty low chance. Had a 4 GA Fist of Fate drop for you last night. That's nutty. How important is the aspect on Fist of Fate? On an Andariel's build, not at all. You don't care about the unique affix value at all, which actually makes it easier to find a good one because all you care about is the lucky hit. That's it, really. Wait, what's going on? All right, this is definitely not part of the playlist here. Let's go back. Custom order. It's compat. I see what happened. Okay. Give me one sec. Wait, how come I can't go next? I was lagging. That's what's happening. Okay. Yeah, it's just lagging. How? How did it lag like 15 seconds? That's crazy. Hold on. Let me just reboot. Reboot Spotify, sorry.
Not in town.
Is it the servers? I'm talking about like just Spotify itself. I have to. Can the base Heartseeker build kill terminal bosses? Yep. Wait, I'm confused. Added something for Smart Shuffler. Why? Okay. Okay, I see what's happening now. Okay. All right. Weird. I'm ready. What spirit am I going for? For Spiritborn? Probably Eagle. Eagle's definitely more my my style. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm gonna have a secondary or not. It's gonna be like Eagle Jaguar or Eagle Gorilla. There are some things about Gorilla I do like though, but I guess we'll see. Author, what's going on? This man can tell a song does not belong in the 1800 song playlist. I know, right? I just know. I mean, I guess I've been listening to this playlist for a while. I don't know. It's just I could tell. I'm just like, wait a minute, that does not sound like something I put on.
I can't salvage that.
Fad, what's going on YouTube? Is it Fad Hulks 76? I don't even know if I even said that right. Picking the beast, I'm still getting one shot by his ass, not by him though. So he transferred all of his power to his ads. So that's all you had? Okay. Oh, I thought she was dead. That's why I just walked around. I swear I thought she was dead. That is fine. All right. I think I might have one more for Andy's, and then I think we go Duriel. Question real quick. What's up?
That can't be salvaged.
think I matched the best I can for your barrage build. Looking good so far. I'm gonna try T8 later. Any tips? Too much Christian and hope that works. Well, have you played? You played the build already, right? Like you played it quite a bit, or you just put the gear together just now? Because I mean, like the barrage build is been playing against. We've been playing since the beginning of season 5. Well, it's. So are you playing the cold barrage, or are you playing like the updated physical barrage? Oh, the updated one. Okay. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know any tips I can kind of give you. I mean, it's kind of played like the build kind of plays itself. Author, what's your battle tag? I mean, the build, yeah. I mean, the build kind of plays itself mostly. I don't really think you can really do much. Other than just make sure that you're really, really close to individual targets for, like the ones that take a little longer to kill. As long as you're shotgunning them, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else I can kind of give you. Yeah, I kind of really it. It's a really fun build to play. I mean, my row a couple of days ago, and now I clear pit 125. Do you think I can? Sorry, something is in the way. Do you think you can push 150 with Andy? Probably not. I think the people who have near perfect gear, who are trying like thousands of tries, are not even at 150 on Andy yet. So I don't think it's really a you thing as is just like no. Like I said, there's been some theory crafters that think it can be possible, but no one has done it yet. But my thing is, Fad, is that I think what you have to also understand too is that like not only do you have to have perfect gear to even to have a chance at it, but like when we're talking about pushing, you do know we're talking about like trying like 4, 5, 600 times for a single clear, right? Like you said, you cleared 125. I'm sure you tried like maybe a couple of times for that, if that. Like the high pit push clears requires hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of attempts. Hundreds. Oh, I don't need that. I got so many stitching zones. First try, yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying like yeah, the people who push like the super high end pits, like they're failing 600 plus times. Now, if you're willing to do that for one clear, and you have near perfect gear, meaning like, your gear costs trillions of gold or whatever, then you might have a shot, maybe. But that's all. But that's still a very slim chance, because even the best of the best haven't even done it yet. I'm not really a pit push player, but when I tried to clear 125, you felt good. Oh, I'm not trying to dash on your hopes and dreams, bro. I'm just being honest because people look at like videos online, they see, oh, this guy cleared a so-and-so, but what they don't see is how many times they failed until they got it. All they see is the one time that they clear and they think, oh, well, if I have that gear, I can do it too. And the answer is no. You're not going to be able to do it. I'm saying, well, I'm not saying not gonna be able to do it. It's not even so much can you, but do you have the tenacity to fail for 12 hours straight before you get close to doing it? That's kind of a skill on its own. So, but the build can do it, yes. Well, no, sorry, I rephrased that. The build has can possibly do it, maybe. Remy, what's going on? What's going on? You say, hell no, brother. I only play 7 hours a day. Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of why, like, I think I'm not saying don't go for the like high pit pushes. I just want to, I just want you to be aware of what you're getting yourself into, because a lot of people don't know. Like most people don't know. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, if you want to do that, then sure. But I think when people say, hey, what pit tier can this build do? I'll tell you. But then I will also tell you the reality of what that is, because most people don't realize what it takes to do that tier with any build. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the way the game is right now. Like that's the nature of, high-end pushing, pit pushing in this game. And like I know people get upset when I talk about it that way, but I mean, it's unfortunately the truth. That's the one thing that doesn't really get talked about. So people who are newer to the game don't understand. And they're the ones that are getting debated at the end of the day. I say damage percent. No, percent dex is good. But it kind of needs to be GA percent dex. Or a Maxroll percent dex. But percent damage is not good on a lot of builds. 110 pit boss died in 4 seconds yesterday to me, but never pushed any higher than this. Heartseeker or Barrage for a lazy, lesser skilled person. Ironically, well, Barrage. Let me just keep it simple. Barrage. Thank you, sir. What's that item in the bottom of the inventory? You mean this one right here? The lucky coin? Someone traded that to me for whatever reason and would not let me go without trading this to me. It was like in the game randomly. And like he just requested trade and I was just like, what's this dude doing? And then so I went to the room with the the transmog and stuff, like the closet thing. And dude followed me up there and I'm just like, bro, what does this guy want? So he requests trade again. I was like, all right, fine. What is he trying to do? and he traded me this lucky coin. I was just like, oh, okay. Hopefully it brings better luck for you than it did his previous owner. I was like, that's kind of cool. Not gonna lie. You needed Andes and the Starlets. Can I drop the Andes on a mage? On a mage? Can you... Oh. You're talking about Endurio. Or Torment Bossing, right? Is that what you're talking about? You can drop Mythic Uniques on any of the bosses. Oh. Well, that. Or you mean, oh, that. Oh, you mean share. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can reuse any of the gear on any of your characters. I won't say any of the gear, but most gear on any of your characters. So all Mythic Uniques can be used on any characters. Well, not all, but like grandfather. Like if your character can literally use the weapon, you can wear it. But yeah, Checo can be on all characters. No, yeah. So so if your character can wear it, yes. If it cannot, no. So like if your character cannot wield a two-hand sword, then a grandfather will not drop on that character. I have an amulet with GA Frigid and normal. Alchemist with CDR, is it good? People say you're missing out on a lot of damage. I wouldn't say a lot of damage, but you are missing out on. I mean, you are missing out. I mean, the fact that you got a GA Frigid Finesse is better than what most people have. So if you got GA Frigid Finesse and normal Alchemist Advantage, I mean, that's good. Even if the third affix isn't that great. The cooldown reduction. Did you roll cooldown reduction? So did it roll like that, or did you? What did you roll on that amulet? If you don't mind me asking. Fad. You roll the A. Okay, cool. All right. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a good amulet for now. I mean, getting triple passive is so hard. So like, don't get people. So like, if people are saying, "Oh, you don't have the perfect amulet," no, like almost no one does. Like, I think I've counted. I can count on one hand. I can count on half of one hand the amount of people that actually have the actual perfect rolls, like the actual top three passives on the amulet rolls that I've seen personally. It's a very rare thing. So don't let people make you feel bad because you rolled two very good passives and one of them is a GA and a GA on the right one. Don't let anyone else make you feel bad about that. That's actually really good. Unfortunately, the cooldown reduction doesn't really help you that much, but it's still, that's good. I mean, for a newer player, that's a really good amulet. So when he says you're missing out on so much damage, the fact that if you would have had like a regular Frigid Finesse, Alchemist Advantage, and an Unstable Elixir, the fact that you have a GA Frigid Finesse kind of makes up for a little bit of not having Unstable Elixir, so you're fine. Like that's like really good. So hard to get Frigid. Only got Malice and the Elixir and the GA on decks. Well, you say only, but that's still good. That's still really good. I mean, I don't have Malice. Hell, I have Weapon Mastery on my Amulet. I have GA Dex and Weapon Mastery. I do have Frigid. But in all reality, Malice would have been a better choice over Weapon Mastery. But hey, you know, and also, yeah, so the best amulet would be, like for me, would be Frigid Finesse, Unstable Elixirs, Malice. I don't have Unstable Elixirs nor Malice. You temper your gear for best rolls before masterworking. Well, you can't masterwork until you temper your gear. All right, the game won't even let you. Question: if you want to run Doom on Andes, what aspect can you lose? What up, Night Daz? It's a good question. I don't know if it's on the guide or if it's mentioned on the guide. Let me take a quick look. I mean, they're all pretty important. I mean, you can technically remove bursting venoms, but I don't know. That's rough because you need the barrage, like you need both barrage aspects. So okay, well, I mean, that would be the aspect you were replaced in. Yeah, I mean, bursting venoms seems to be the only thing in that equation that you can possibly get away with. Did you get anything, Odin? Endeavor, did you get anything at all?
I can't salvage that.
Yeah, shoes. She said shoes gave you those awesome pants. I have a normal Malice with unstable elixir. No, I'm good. 10% of 2,000 gives you 200 dex, and that's already 20. Well, I mean, technically speaking, hold on. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, it's not 20%. Like whenever I take off the amulet, looking at the amount of decks I have right now, I'm like the GA dex here, the 14%, 14.2% correlates exactly with my increase here. But it's good. A GA Frigid with exploit so for 160 billion. Jeez. So you got 3 more annual runs. I think I'm gonna stop here though, because that was my brother, and the point of me doing the boss runs were for him. I might do some more tomorrow though. Yeah, but it was mainly to try to help him get his Tyrios mic because he doesn't have one. So wait, 160 billion. The gold cap is 99. Yep. Inflation is nutty. Yeah, I mean at this point, people are just literally just using real money for trades at this point. All right, I'm out. My son made a druid, so I have enough uniques to help to make his druid, so he's good. Yeah, I still want to get you your Tyrios might though at some point, man. But yeah, guys, thanks for the party though. But we may do some more tomorrow. Sorry if it seemed like it was like a short run of bosses. I think I'm gonna do like maybe a couple more Infernal Hordes, and then I'm kind of out. Just because I don't want. I'm trying not to make it a long stream. Trying to save some energy for the PTR next week. Oh no, that's fine. I didn't know he was leaving either. Sorry, but yeah, the point of me doing the rotos was for my brother, and he has to go. So for 99 billion and 20 stacks of heart. God, yeah, man, you're welcome. But yeah, I was just doing the bosses just for like a very particular purpose this time around. I try not to turn a stream into like a Rhoda stream because it's really boring for the people who are not in it. Because you know, bosses die in what 4 seconds or whatever. And you're doing that for like hours. So I do them sometimes, but I try to make sure I don't linger. Is Heartseeker viable without using prep and ultimate? Like last season? I mean, you can do it without the ultimate, but you're losing damage reduction and quite a bit of damage by not doing it that way. You don't like using the ultimate? I mean, honestly, Rain of Arrows as a part of this build is actually like very fun. Hate the small delay of it. You can do Death Trap. I mean, the build kind of started with Death Trap, honestly. So you just take the base version off on Maxroll and just add uniques or your mythic uniques to it. NYT, man, it's all good. It is all good, sir. Can this work without Ubers? Yeah, there's a base version on Maxroll. Some pretty okay boons actually early on. So 8 lures are hurting your run. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. But I mean, compared to the rest of the boons in that tier or whatever, I would rather have the Aether Lords. Fun factor more so than anything else. Still gonna try out Druid before the season's over. Yes, I was gonna do it next week, but PTR dropping next week, so about that. I guess I could do it in the like towards the beginning of the week. I can make one and start working towards it. Will we try the Druid Werewolf armor next season? I like Shred. If they will all shred with me, probably. Maybe. Die.
I need more time.
Oh, I teleported away.
I need more time.
Will PTR include new class Spiritborn? No. They're not gonna let people play the Spiritborn for free. Bro, the CC. Wow. I feel like I spent half this wave CC'd. No Horde 9-10 this season. I don't know. I've heard nothing about a mid-season patch, which is weird. All the information has been about the PTR. Loot 2 or, you know, 2.0, whatever, patch 2.0. It's too late for mid-season, though. It's technically not even mid-season yet, so nah, not too late. On Tuesday, it'll be 4 weeks, and that would be considered like the halfway point. One of my sparks disappeared. How did that happen? My arrows are like ricocheting to the other guys. This fight took way too long. And then he left. That was such a bad fight. That was a horrid fight. Man. If I could pick the next class in the next expansion, what would it be? Honestly, I'm probably the worst person to ask that question to about. Honestly, because I don't like any possible new classes that Blizzard might bring back with just really wouldn't interest me in general. Like I wouldn't care about a paladin. I don't really care about Crusader, Witch Doctor. Monk. I mean, we got a Spiritborn though, ish. Like, I don't know. Shadow Priest from WoW. I know for a fact I have one because I get scrapped and melted heart a few hours before. Interesting. I'm sure you can ask. What's my attack speed? Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, I guess you can look at my Shia attack speed, but I also do have a Starlit Skies now, whereas before I did not. Most of my attack speed kind of comes from the close quarters combat buff, honestly. Other than that, it's just 42.3. My breakpoints are going to be different on a crossbow though than like let's say a bow. Ain't no way that I attack. Ain't no way I attack faster though. There's no way that I attack fast. Like if you're running with the bow, there's no way. Unless you're just not proccing your close quarters combat buff, there's just no way. So unless you're legit just not shadow stepping to proc your buffs. What's my second favorite class? Probably Sword. You would check this? All right. Do you have a hardcore character? Nah, my internet is not stable enough for one of those. The spark went. Oh, you're asking Mola if you have a hardcore character. That's a really weird thing. Just let this work. That's a really. I'm not saying that that's not possible, but that is really that's really strange. Or that would be really strange. I thought you would pick a new class of pistols or something like a new range class. Well, I mean, I think the thing is that the next class is probably going to be some like a class that people want, like what people want, but like a class that we've had before. So like, I'm thinking about classes that we've seen in Diablo, not anything new. But yeah, I mean, a class with pistols, yeah, of course I would. Absolutely would play that. Paladin, see? I'm using your no trap seeker rogue on Maxroll. Is it possible to use death trap instead of Rain of Arrows ultimate? Well, then it wouldn't be no traps though, right? at that point, you should just go with the base build, honestly, and then put whatever mythic uniques that you want in that base build. Is it better to do a bow or crossbow? Doesn't matter. There is no tangible difference between DPS of a crossbow and a bow. Either you hit harder or you attack faster, but you pretty much end up with the same result. So you choose whatever you prefer. I just prefer the crossbow. I'm probably like the only person legit on earth that prefers the crossbow in this build, but yeah. Like the arrows take too long to cast, the rain of arrows. You kind of get used to it. Like when you're in the flow of battle, you don't really pay attention to it because, especially if you're using the bow. If you're using the bow, your casting speed is a little faster. So, Sylvia, you said and high. But I do think that this will be it for me for tonight. I did say that I'm gonna try to keep my streams a little shorter until Wednesday because I'm gonna be blasting literally forever on the PTR until they kick us out. But yeah, let's see. We're gonna raid here. Hold on. Yeah. So the ideal right now is maybe 4 to 5 hour streams. Probably looking more closer on the 4-hour side, just because again, trying to save some energy for the expansion. Sorry, the PTR. So if you're interested in rogue stuff, obviously, for the PTR, you guys know where to go. You guys know where to hang out at. I got you covered. We're gonna actually go somewhere different this time. So not Diablo related. This is we're gonna go somewhere, and one of my good friends, Cell Kittens. She's a variety streamer ish. I think she streams mostly like Nintendo games in general, but as a streamer, she's like has awesome, amazing vibes, and honestly, probably one of my favorite streamers to watch in general. Like, whenever she's on, like, I'm constantly like lurking, even though it's a game that I usually don't play. Just because she just has great vibes in general. So, I think she's also the channel I think I probably have subbed to the longest. Even over like Woody Joe and Rax and like those guys. Anyways, I'll see y'all tomorrow, or I guess for some of y'all later on tonight. We'll probably do some more tournament boss runs. I'll probably have to start doing some Infernal Horde or group Infernal Horde play. I said I was gonna do some of those at some point, so I'll probably open it up for for group play, for sure. Now that I don't really think there's really any more experimenting for me to do. I think I've kind of capped at this point. So yeah, we can just play for the people. So anyhow, enjoy Cell Kittens. Give her a chance, 5 minutes, roughly of viewing time to see, if it's your thing or not. But she's really cool, peoples. But anyhow, I'll see y'all later, and as always, until next time.